Welcome everybody. Welcome to today's stream. Second day of my Zero to Hero challenge. And I can tell you, today I have some ambitious goals. So let's see what we can do. And load into the game. Welcome. And try to get like Caledon Forest and some other good maps finished. That's the idea, that's the goal here. And guess we go in this direction. Is it here? As always, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm always happy to have some questions because then I can answer them. You know, oftentimes I'm a veteran. I might not know everything what you don't know, so I can't directly talk about it. But if you have any like problems finding anything as a new player, if you have any problems as a veteran to find how to work a build or something, just let me know. I'm always happy to answer there. Welcome Ra, welcome. And we continue our journey here on this Mesmer, and I'm trying to get as fast as possible to level 80, but I will of course also try to get the map completion done as fast as possible, because this is obviously necessary to get a legendary. Yeah. In Guild Wars 2, to get a legendary, you should try to get the map completion as well if you want to not buy it from the TP. So that's the goal that we want to get done in, I would say, in the next few streams. I really try to get the map completion done, which is really the big goal. And as soon as we reach level 80, I will of course also try to get a very big gold farm going, because after all, legendaries are a big gold grind. And we will see how long I will take. Welcome, Machiwara, welcome. Hope you all had a nice day. There we go, quest complete, 50% done. No, let me leave. There we go, we're out. I'm currently at 18%. My goal today is over 30, but we will see how far I can get. So depends a bit how many mounts you have and how like fast you are, but I would say typically for me, it's something like I can do 5% to 10% per hour, depending how fast I am like working. But yeah, definitely slower on this account with only one mount and no money to spend. So we will see how fast I can get it done. I've been wondering, people say 30k DPS is very easy nowadays. Even auto attack only builds can effortlessly get that number, but for me I can only get 31k if I try hard and get my rotation perfect. So I would say the thing is, yes, there are auto attack builds like auto attack Dragon Hunter. There are a lot of builds, or for example, Unload Deadeye, that can reach 30k just by using one button. But the problem is that even if you have a build that can reach 45k if you do the rotation perfectly, you have to perform on that. So they always only refer to the benchmark on the golem. In real fights, that might never be achievable for most players to get over 30k DPS, because in real fights you have downtime, in real fights you have just mechanics that you have to take care of, that you can't upkeep this. So we're always referring to the golem. If you are referring to the golem as well, then typically if you have perfect gear and have the rotation perfectly down in the perfect speed, so you don't have any downtime. So for example, if you have to use my 4 skill, and then I have to use my 2 skill, and I'm using my 4 skill, and then I'm waiting, and then I use my 2 skill, then I have a downtime of like 1 second. If that is the same for you, that means that yes, you might, so to say, perfectly execute your rotation, but you're way too slow. That can also be something. But in general, if you execute the rotation perfectly, have the perfect gear, you should reach the benchmark number, at least on paper. Yeah, that should work on the golem. Definitely not everyone will get that. That's depending on what build you're playing. That might be quite hard, but definitely reachable. Yeah. Yeah, 35%. Yeah, we will see. That's the goal, Machiwao. That's the goal. Because then you're already like 1/3 there, and I feel like the last third is always the best third because you're almost there. So we only have like a few percentages left to the legendary. That's like the feeling, at least. So we will see. But now we're in the beginning. The starting zones always feel a little bit slow. So many quests here. Later we get some nicer maps without any quests, so at least not that many annoying quests. So we will see. Either way, I'm always as well leveling in the meantime, so that's double dipping in this journey, so to say. and I'm not too sad about that. I wanted to ask if Mesmer is a good class for every type of content. Yes, very much so. It's actually one of the best classes overall if you want to play it in every single game mode. It's really, really good. But of course you have to enjoy it as well. So always, if you enjoy it, go for it. If you really dislike the class design, then don't do it, of course. So when can I play with those? I guess not. I don't know what you're doing wrong to actually know that. I have probably to look at your logs or at your rotation and can tell you then what you are doing wrong, probably. But it's really like, just practice more and that might help. But in general, it's really like, patience is key. Even I, as someone that played the game like for thousands of hours, I need sometimes hours to get the rotation perfectly down on the golem. So it just takes time. Sorry. What percentage of damage comes from infusions? So if you have full ascended gear and you just put on top of that the infusions, you typically get 1 to 2% more damage. So not a lot is the answer, not a lot. So you can't say, okay, I don't have any infusions, it's okay to have 5k less DPS. That's not the case. It's really a skill issue most of the times. I don't want to sound mean or anything, but that's the same for me as well. You know, if I can't get over 40k, even though the bench mark is at 45k, then it's a skill issue. You have to train more. Sorry, let me grab something to drink. My throat is really... So, that's better. The first 75% went fast and last quarter tracked. Really, for me it's always like when I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, you know, that's when I actually feel like, okay, now I'm slowly getting there. But maybe it's different for everyone else, I guess. So we have to interact with those mortar and stuff. Radiance Dragon Hunter is obviously, if you have high ping, it doesn't matter. Radiance Dragon Hunter is quite fast paced, so yeah, you have some issues there. But 20 per sec make me lose 10k DPS. Yeah, that would be somewhat like realistic, yeah. But I really want to mention this. You don't have to have the perfect benchmarks. In Guild Wars 2, there is no fight in the game where you have to have the perfect benchmarks to complete it. Like 99% of the content you can complete with just 50% of the benchmark, yeah? So you should aim for at the golem at reaching like 80% of the benchmark, because that's somewhat, then you understand the build and that's good enough. Of course, if you want to push higher, that's even better, but you don't have to. Hope that makes sense. For me, I always try to aim at 90 because I'm some kind of perfectionist, but I can definitely see 80 being completely fine for almost anyone. So really try to, if you get like 80% to 90% of the benchmark correct, then that's it. That's good enough, I would say. If you enjoy grinding the golem, then of course that's something that you can still do. I'm just saying it's not necessary at all. Oh, let me kill. Very good. I'm a return player. I used to main Warrior and Guardian, but I want to try something new and like pink and purple colors. Yeah, Mesmer is amazing. Mesmer is like very, very strong right now. There we go, level 26. We're slowly getting to level 80. Yeah, so Mesmer is amazing right now in the current balance and in general in the current game. It's really, really strong. In PvE, even more than in all other game modes, but in all other game modes, it's already quite good. So just play it, you will have an amazing time, I would say. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be mean and say this is a skill issue. I'm just saying, even for me as a veteran, I can notice that if I just play longer and try to get the benchmark perfect on the golem and just be more patient, I actually reach it. It's just like, don't be impatient and expect it to get on the first try. That's what I want to say. I don't want to be mean and say, oh, it's a skill issue. Oftentimes, if you have the perfect gear and you don't see your mistake, it's just try it, be more patient, try it more often, and you will actually get it way, way faster. I hope that makes sense. This one is completed, and let's continue. I'm just wondering why my tryhard rotation is getting the same number as an auto attack build. Yeah, that's because the auto attack build everyone can pull off. You know, just pressing the auto attack button, you reach this number. You will never go higher than this number because this is just how the build is designed, but everyone can pull that off. Whereas the rotation of someone like pressing like 10 different buttons, you can, so to say, screw it up and you might not reach the number that you're actually supposed to reach, and then you're getting lower than the actual unload build because you're having downtime and stuff that is actually not worth it to have in the meantime. I hope that makes sense. So there's a quest. That's where we want to go. Any tips on up to Heart of Thorns mastery as fast as possible? You should probably go and do some meta events like Octavine. Typically, I would recommend doing Dragon's Stand, just farming that because there's a lot of events and a lot of mob spawning, and all of those give credit, and therefore you can actually get a very nice amount of experience just passively. But other than that, just farming veterans in Verdant Brink can be helpful if there are a lot of veterans spawning during some kind of events. That can actually be a reasonable experience farm as well. Yeah, exactly. If you understand a boss fight and you have 80% of the benchmark number, then you will have top DPS in like 99% of the cases anyway, because you actually understand the fight. Whereas a lot of other players just pressing random buttons, don't understand the mechanic, will have way harder time. I hope that makes sense too. This is a third-party add-on, yes. This is called Blish Hut, and those lines just show me a very fast path to complete this. I just don't want to waste my time looking for some kind of like quest or whatever that I didn't see before, or I missed when running through the first time. So I really want to be quite efficient and just try to make sure that I get it done as fast as possible. You know, this is a map completion, yes, and it's not too bad, but it's also not the most exciting thing I want to do in Guild Wars 2. I would rather play some kind of fractals or get to level 80 and get craft and try to get my legendary or something. So I just try to be as efficient as possible. Welcome, Teddy Tank. Welcome, welcome. How is your grind going? How was the raid? How was the raid last week? Or, yeah. Dragon's Stand is often empty unless it's peak hour over the weekends. I have to be honest, I have not done Dragon's End or Dragon's Stand rather in the last year, so I can't tell you. But I think Auric Basin, Chuck Garant, they also have some events in there, and those are very, very commonly done because they have infusion drops, so people just do it very often. And I would say this is a reasonable thing to also farm experience there. But maybe someone in chat has a better idea. You know, I did the Heart of Thorns mastery grind when like Heart of Thorns came out, so it was a very, very long time ago. So come on. There we go. Nice. Wing 1 to Wing 4 CM. Not bad, not bad. I mean, those are the very fast wings. Quite easy to get into, and you did the CMs as well, you know, that's good, very good. And getting to, I think you need, how much do you need? 125 for the armor, and then you need for the ring, you need another 150 or something like that. So you need quite a lot of LI, but I guess you will get there, you will get there. Don't worry, take it slow, enjoy the ride. That's always the most important part. What do you think about the Bava Nivos meta? Did for the first time and felt so boring. Yeah, it is definitely not the best meta. I think a lot of people estimated how bad it is. I personally think it's not the absolute worst meta, but it's definitely quite on the bottom, I would say. I had way more fun doing Octavine, doing like Dragon's End or all that good stuff. So definitely can see why people criticize it. I think it's quite boring, but I did it like, I don't know, 10 times or something, and I probably will not get back to it that soon, but I can say there are worse ones, I would say. But I can definitely agree that it's definitely far, far, far from the best. Very good. Herald is good. I like it. Very good. Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they get to level their masteries and stuff, they really want to get it done in the first day whenever they get it, and then they want to grind it very, very fast. But don't forget, the masteries is something that you only have to do once. So masteries is very easy to grind, or at some point you will have ended the grind and then you will never come back to it. So why not take it slow and enjoy the ride and say, yeah, I will get experience anyway, you know? So I personally think if you are not locked behind something that you need to get the mastery for, then in my opinion, that's actually a quite reasonable thing to do, is just to be a little bit slower and just enjoy the ride. Yeah, definitely. Also might be a rather stupid question, but how do you manage your dailies? I'm trying to farm obsidian armor, but I'm overwhelmed with how many stuff I have to each day. So in Guild Wars 2, there is amazing amount of dailies that you can do. The thing is, you don't really need to like really, what can I say? You don't really need to do every single day. I have some kind of like list that when I really have a lot of stuff to do, grinding for legendary, when a new expansion comes out or something, I make myself a list and put everything that I want to do daily on there. And then you can just like check it off, like check boxes. But this is really, you don't really need to do that if you just have something that you want to grind for right now. It's like the Obsidian Legendary Armor. You try to go for all the convergences every single day. You try to go for whatever else you want to get done on this day. For example, if you want to gold farm, do fractals, and then you see from there if you have enough time to do something else, go for that one. Just be like always considerate. Think about the stuff that you have the most amount of times to do. So how many days do you need for a specific thing, and start with this from like top to bottom and start, okay, this is the most important, that has the top priority. I want to do this first, and then I slowly, depending on how much time I have to spend today in the game, I will slowly work my way from there. That makes sense as well. Which elite specs you love the most so far from the new ones? I really like Gale Shot, and I was surprised how fun I found Troubadour, to be honest. But I will give my final like judgment there when the expansion drops, because there might be some changes. For example, Conduit, I really expect some big changes to it, and I will not judge it just because of some kind of beta, because if they make some really good changes to it, it might become my favorite spec. Yeah. So I just always bring up the example of Untamed. Untamed was really bad in the EOD beta event because it didn't have any like specifics that were just different from core Arranger, and then they gave it the ambush skills. Yeah, I'm not joking. The ambush skills were not in the base beta, so they just added it on top of that, and this definitely changed like crazy how Untamed felt. First time Condi quickness DPS Herald at Demos CM. Yeah, I mean it's don't worry too much. You know, it's like Condi quickness DPS Herald is not one of the hardest builds to play, and Demos CM is, in my opinion, one of the best easy challenge modes in raids. It's a very well designed find, in my opinion. So you should definitely, yeah, just try it out and have some fun with it. And if you succeeded, even better, you know. Thanks for the Prime, Serena. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. 26k with 97% quickness uptime. I mean, that's what you want to hear. That's why you play Herald, you know. Some people don't reach that number of DPS, even though they're playing the top quickness catalyst or something like that, and don't have the quickness uptime then. So good job there. That's what we want to see. Would rather have you than most quickness DPS in the party when I pack around. That's good. Very good. I try to do Auric Basin a lot on night events in Verdant Brink, but maybe I need a break. Yeah, I think the thing is, if you burn out because you really want to get the masteries done very fast, I would say rather go somewhere different in the game. Just try to have some fun, maybe farm some gold, maybe get something different going that you actually enjoy doing other than grinding all the time. Because if you get burnt out because of the grind and just quit the game, that would also not lead to what you actually wanted to get done, you know. So just take it slow and maybe go somewhere different, maybe go to a different expansion, or just try to go for something that you enjoy doing, and you will probably come back at a later time with more energy and complete it in a decent manner and decent time. That's my tip there. For Obsidian Armor, get provisional tokens daily. Yeah, you don't have to get them daily anymore. They're actually weekly kept now. You can get 7 per week per vendor, and then you, or per item per vendor, and then you can actually get the cheapest ones every single week, and then you actually don't have to do and go there daily. That can be actually quite helpful. But in general, there is obviously a lot of stuff that is daily gated. There we go, some achievements, some events, very good. Slowly progressing here. Level 27. So I'm just doing the background stuff here. You can always ask me questions. I will always try to read. If I miss a question, just to repeat it again. I don't want to like ignore any questions. Just if sometimes I just don't see it, I just forgot it, whatever, just repeat it again and I will get back to you. Don't worry. Yeah, for me, the essences were decent because you can farm them quite really, like you can get the rifts going and really crazy rift hunting going, and convergences give you a lot of rifts on top of that. But I think for me the hardest part of the obsidian armor was because I was going for all 3 and the second tier on top of that. So I had like a lot of stuff to grind, and for me the hardest part was the meta events, doing every single meta event of the, what's it called, Soto maps. All 3 of them every single day. That was quite painful, but I got it. I just was patient enough. Really enjoy your content, thank you. Been eagerly awaiting the series here. Very good, you know. It's a long thing, a long journey that I want to go and do here. It definitely takes a few weeks. My goal is to get it done before the expansion drops, but we will see. We will see how fast I can actually complete it. And if like a lot of people like it, maybe I will continue the journey after the expansion hype, so to say, is over and we did everything in the first part of the expansion. Maybe I will go back and maybe my goal will be full legendary gear. Yeah, could be. That would take a decent way longer, that much is for sure, but why not? Why not? If you enjoy the ride, sure. So what is this here? Call out, okay. Let's do some damage. I really feel the quickness missing here. I want to get my Chronomancer unlocked. That much is for sure. Well, it takes a while. I have to do the map completions first. Or get level 80 first, I guess. That's the only important part. If you're waiting to grind masteries, I find it easier to split it up along with a PvP game. Exactly. You know, just like try to grind the masteries. If you don't have any energy anymore, go back to something that you enjoy a bit more. And then if you have more energy again, you can come back. I think that's a very, very good tip, that you should not always like say, okay, I have now, I don't know, 5 hours to play Guild Wars 2. I will now play 5 hours of mastery grind. I would probably do it like more like 4 or 3 and do something in between, and then you will still slowly get there. That's obviously just, you don't have to play 5 hours, was just a random number here. But yeah, in general, I think splitting stuff up, like if I would do the map completion not on stream here, I would also probably do it like a few maps every single day, and then I would do something different as well. Like I can't do like, I don't know, 10 maps a single day. That is just too much for me. I can't handle that. So I enjoy the like nice talking to you and the general conversations going on. So I'm not always like too focused on the quite slow paced gameplay here of the map completions. Don't get me wrong, it's actually quite fun for the first time. But if you do it like 10 times, then at some point you don't want to see all the annoying quests all the time anymore. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, more like can't do it. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, if you play any other game mode than open world, you could also get and go try to get another legendary part of the legendary armor from PvP, world versus world, from raids even. So if you want to do the fastest way, that would also be a mix of those. So going for 1 raid one, going for 2 open world ones, 1 PvP one, stuff like that. But of course, if you only play open world, then you have to do the open world one. You will get there, just might take a little bit longer. Just don't burn out. That's my biggest tip there. Burning out is the slowest way to get any legendary. Never. That is the thing. Welcome, Vishnu. Welcome, welcome. I got Sunrise from Wizard's Vault, but I really don't like it. Should I craft it and then crafting Twilight as well, make Eternity, unlock both Sunrise and Twilight skins and sell Eternity? That is a way to do it for sure. I personally think if you are a player that likes to have fashion and stuff, I would not waste my time or my money on stuff just because it's cheap. Even though you still have to waste the money, you know, if you waste 2k for the legendary, that's expensive. But if you waste 1k in a legendary that you still don't like, it's still wasted, even if it's cheaper than 2k. So if you don't like it, don't do it. But of course, if you want to go Eternity, still saying Eternity buries, so to say, at least half of the skin from Sunrise. If you still don't like it, then maybe it's not the legendary for you. You know, you don't have to waste money on legendaries that you don't like just because they are currently in the Wizard's Vault one. I would rather say if you really want to go for legendary and you want to get some quick buck, then you can just sell it. That is always like something that is actually quite worthwhile doing. Or you could just go and also sell the Eternity, like you said. I don't know. There are many ways to do it. I personally was always in the beginning going for legendaries that I actually enjoyed the look of, not necessarily one just because it was cheap. And that in the long run was probably the smarter choice because I played the game for way longer than if I would have gone for legendaries that I like just thought I play, but I don't like the look of. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, the time gates are also very painful in the meta events for the Obsidian armor. That much is for sure. Yes, true. Are you going to main Chronomancer on this? I would say Heal Chronomancer is probably the one that I'm going to main, because this will probably be the class that is the easiest to carry my fractal groups with, which is the hardest part to getting, so to say, a 0 to hero challenge is probably getting the gold, and gold is very easy to acquire if you have the fractals unlocked and if you grind the tier 4 fractals every single day, but this is obviously only possible if you can reach tier 4 fractals. And sometimes that might be a little bit painful if you're playing DPS only. So my goal is definitely to play some kind of support. If the healing role is always filled, I can also go for, I would say, Power Chronomancer or even Virtuoso if I really wanted to. So there are many options. But we will see, One thing after the other. So let's start with getting the level 80 and then getting the map completion. Legendary PvP backpiece can be made by doing 3 PvPs games a day for 60 days. Yeah, exactly. Some things is really like just playing slowly and take the long road, so to say, and you will get it quite easily. So yeah, sometimes it's really worthwhile to just say, okay, playing 3 games a day in PvP for like a couple of weeks, that's actually not too bad for sure, if you enjoy PvP. Do Sunrise and sell it and get Twilight? Yeah, why not? You know, that is a smart way to do it as well. You know, sometimes sometimes you just have to say, yeah, I want to get the little bit more expensive legendary, and if that's Twilight for now, yeah, why not? Not saying this is my recommended advice. Sometimes you should think for your own and maybe you find something that is even better than what I just said, but why not? Is this normal that the stream goes 320 once every few minutes? Should not be. For me, it's actually stable. I don't know. Maybe someone else has the problem, but I think it should be fine. Actually, should be at 1080 at least all the time. Yeah, maybe you can also just wait a bit. You know, the Wizard's Vault is obviously changing with the expansion of release, and then you might actually get more value for selling the Sunrise. Then, for sure. Good point. Thanks, Millennia. Glad you enjoyed it. More to come for sure. Especially over the next weeks will probably be a lot of 0 to hero challenges on my streams, of course all the time, but also on my videos. I will also do summaries on my YouTube videos about this and just some edits about this. If you can't join all the streams, you can also watch the videos when they go live. Yeah, it's good if it's only happening for Vishnu. That's good. Not for Vishnu, but for me at least, that it's not like happening to everyone here on stream. That's good. Sorry, I don't know how to fix it then. Maybe it's just because your internet connection is unstable. Sometimes it's also the servers, you know. Sometimes it's not your internet connection. Maybe it's also just the servers of YouTube or Twitch that you are currently watching. Sometimes they are quite unstable or have some problems. We had that before. That this just was lagging for all the people on Twitch or something. Sometimes that happens. It's not my fault then, and I can't fix it therefore. So, there are a lot of. We still have 2 quests to do here, I think. 3 quests. Quest is always the hardest part for me. The most annoying thing to do during map completion. I always want to be fast. I want to do, I don't know, get from A to B or something, but I don't want to really, I don't know, kill some mobs. That's also the most painless thing to do. But if you have some really annoying one like the stealth heart that we will get to in a bit, I guess, where you have to capture some flags without getting captured, that is annoying. That is really annoying. How can you enable the lines for the guides on Quest? This is a third-party add-on that's legal. That's a Blish Hut. I have a guide on it on my YouTube channel. You can just type !mouse in Twitch chat and you will get the link to the video where I explain how to get this set up. Yeah, this is like some kind of marker package that I have for map completion here, but this exists of course for all kinds of content, like for achievements, for some kind of like festivals, some kind of fast runs of map completions as well, not only slow runs like I'm doing. So yeah. No, you can't get banned for using Blish Hut. Blish Hut is a legal third-party add-on as long as you use the, so to say, official extras of it. you actually get not banned for it. It's completely fine. Otherwise, I would not use it. I don't use any add-ons, of course, that are illegal, so to say, that are against the terms of service. This is completely fine. It's just an overlay. Using the API, of course. Yeah, so I'm using only 3 add-ons for Guild Wars 2, which is Split Shot that you just mentioned. I'm using Arc DPS for seeing my DPS, which is also the only legal DPS meter that you can use. And I'm using Nexus for some kind of background action, but in general, it's completely legal, all of them. Yeah, I mean, it's of course, I always recommend that to players that want to be efficient, want to, for example, get the map completions first, quite fast and stuff. But don't forget, if you're a new player, you should not always go for the most efficient way, you know, enjoy the journey. So if you're a new player and you have something that you want to go for, explore the world because you see it for the first time. For me, as someone that saw everything like 10 times, 100 times already, then I get this and say, yeah, sure, I want to be most efficient and just complete it very fast. But if you're new, just enjoy the ride. That's always something that I can recommend. But if you don't like this kind of playstyle and you want to get it done very fast, sure, you can also use it the first time. Just want to mention this. Don't use it just because I'm using it. Use it because you actually find it helpful and you really want to use it. Hope that makes sense. Stop dodging. Stop running. Why are you running? What would you say is the best quickness heal for raids if Chronomancer is not included? The quickness healer. Okay, let's think about it. It's actually a tough choice, to be honest, because I would say all of them have a strength or a weakness. Chronomancer is just very flexible in there. Probably quickness Berserker is probably really, really strong for raids and strike missions. People really underestimated how strong the quickness Berserker is. So I would probably say quickness Berserker is my top choice because Firebrand is just a lot of people play it, but you have to know what you're doing, and quickness Berserker is just spamming all the buttons and you have 11 boons permanently on your party while also having really good healing. So I would probably say quickness heal Berserker. Yeah, to surprise to a lot of people, I would probably guess here. Just because it's so strong right now. Yeah. No, I will not say your name then. Don't worry. I don't like to recommend gambling to my dear viewers. This is in Guild Wars 2. Like, don't waste your goals on ecto gambling. Ecto gambling is you will lose in the long run. So don't do it. Don't do it. I will not say your name then. So if you're wondering if sometimes I'm answering questions that you can't see here on Twitch, this is because I answer questions on my YouTube stream as well, and I am not allowed to show my YouTube stream chat on Twitch. So if you're wondering why I'm sometimes answering questions that you might not see, this is the thing. Sorry if I don't read all the questions. Sometimes I forget, or sometimes I'm just too lazy. But yeah, that's just how the TOS of Twitch are. So slowly but surely. 98%. So we need one more quest. And then we're good. Okay. Which VIP passes are worth buying? So it depends. I would say the one that is the most worth it is the one that you actually enjoy using. So if you really dislike, I don't know, the Terrace Pass because it's in Divinity's Reach and you don't want to see all the humans all the time, then maybe that's not the one for you. I would say, personally, for me, the best one is the Mistlock Sanctuary Pass. Why is that? Because the Mistlock Sanctuary Pass is something that is very, very convenient because all of that stuff is in one place. But the Thousand Seas Pavilion Pass is also very good because you have some fishing nodes in there if you're a fishing person. And what else can you do? Those two are really good, and if you're a World vs. World player and want to, for whatever reason, see the World vs. World maps chat, then you can also go for the Armistice Bastion Pass. But those three, I would say, are a little bit on top of over the others because they're just a little bit more, how is it called, clumped together. All the vendors, everything is all in one place, and this can obviously be really helpful to just get stuff done very fast. Why I like the Mistlock one so much is because the fractal entrance is there, so I don't have to go to Lion's Arch stuff like that can help me. But it always heavily depends what kind of type of player you are. If you are a player that only interacts with fishing all the time, then maybe the 1000 Seas Pavilion Pass is the best one for you. Hope that makes sense. Yeah. Wow, crazy. You made some profit with the Zephyrite boxes. Yeah, I mean, I don't even try because my account is, or at least the main account was doomed. So maybe I should have tried on this account, but I would not recommend going for some RNG thing in Guild Wars 2. Better play it safe. That's typically the smarter choice if you want to save some money. But if you make profit, I guess maybe you were right in the end. I just did my first raid ring 1, and it wasn't as hard as I thought. Yes, you need to know mechanics, but most aren't super hard to handle. I still find it hard to find a group that would take me without KP. How can I get into raids with the easiest way? So that's a very good way that you already did. You did one raid ring and it was not that hard, so you are not that anxious anymore to get into there. I think that's actually, you're not that afraid rather. So I would actually say this is a good thing to do. If you want to get some harder raid rings going other than ring 1, or you want to get some challenge modes as well, I would recommend trying to find a community, some kind of guild, going for a Discord server like Raid Training Initiative or something like that, or the Crossroads Inn. Those are amazing if you just want to get into raiding and find people. And as soon as you have like, I don't know, maybe 10 to 50 LI, KP, whatever, you actually probably have a space in most puck groups in the game as well, depending on the boss, of course. But this is something that I would always recommend. Trying to find people that teach you and have a nice training environment, and then slowly go into pucks. Because if you do training runs in pucks, that can be very, very painful. So better play it a little bit like safer and play it slow. That's what I would recommend. Trying to go into Discord servers, the communities, maybe guilds, stuff like that, and that will probably in the long run pay off a bit more. So, to go there. Yeah, that is true. The World vs. World one. Descriptions can be a bit annoying if you obviously go for the World vs. World. In World vs. World Armistice Bastion Pass, then you will see all the World vs. World balancing, which is obviously not always what you want to see. So if you're a PvE player, you should go for the PvE versions of that. But yeah, definitely a point in the for or against the World vs. World Pass for sure. Welcome, Flanos. Welcome. Yeah, I think the Mistlock one is, at least for me, I would recommend the most. That's my personal choice. But like I said, depends a bit on the player. I can't showcase it here because obviously I'm on my Zero to Hero account, as you can see from the inventory. Oh my god, I have to clean it very soon. But yeah. Also have to get some... What do I have to do? Find and disrupt the nearby inquest. Okay. No one is here. Oh, there's one guy. Okay, we are slowly but surely getting there. 20% map completion. A little bit more to go, but we are already 28 level, that is. I sneaked into Wing 4 CM without ever doing it, but I knew the mechanics and it was fine. Yeah, Wing 4 CMs are not too punishing, so that's good, but you always have to be careful. I personally would say if you know the mechanics, that's good, but if you don't, please really tell that to people. It's really mean if you join groups without telling them that you're new, because they will notice it probably quite soon, and it's never good if you just sneak into a group without telling them. I think that's not the nicest way of doing it, because you also don't want to have anyone else doing it to you. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, the inventory is painful to watch, definitely for me as well. As someone that enjoys having a big inventory and clean it up all the time, it's painful. It's very painful. I have to clean it up at some point. I guess I can do it while walking. Only to some extent. I need a vendor to sell some stuff. I have a question. I've been playing Power Daredevil in open world, and sometimes I literally get one-shotted by some events, hero points. Is it to ditch for Berserker or tankier build, or should I get... Yeah, so the thing is, I think, yes, Thief, Elementalist, those two are probably very squishy, even sometimes Mesmer in open world. Sometimes it's just very, like, punishing on those classes. Either you just try to understand what kind of attacks you can use to evade, to block, to get invulnerable or something like that. Some that can help, of course, but in my opinion, if you want to have a good time in the open world, either try to find a solo build with this class or go for other class that you might find is better suited for you and has more sustain. For example, Necromancer with Reaper, or even like you mentioned, Berserker is actually surprisingly tanky as well. So it's always a good point to swap when you see that you might die all the time on a specific class. That much is for sure. So let me pause there, please. Sometimes the map overlay is a little bit annoying if they're... I really have to see what is the second path here that is annoying me. What is then this one? Okay. No, it looks better, way better. Yeah, always happy to give advice. If you have any other questions, always let me know, and I will try to answer it. Yeah, I checked my relics accused, so 7%, and was like, yes, yeah, that's the sad part. It really should give it some kind of clear tag or something if you're reading skill description that you're currently looking at World vs. World 1 or PvE 1 or something like that. Definitely something that should help, yeah. 7% would be nice in PvE for sure. Sadly, it's not the case. Okay, there we go. Berserker for the build, like getting Marauder? Or is it a no-no? No, it's definitely, you should, Berserker switching for Marauder gear is definitely a very valid choice actually, but you should be careful because obviously Marauder gear is good, but I would not go for full like Ascended gear at the first part, because getting full Ascended gear is a very big time commitment in the beginning of a game. Taking it slower and maybe going for 1 or 2 pieces and slowly going from there and trying to get better at the same time is probably the safer route to do it. But of course you can go for full Marauder Ascended really if you wanted to. But Thief is a class that has a very easy time crit capping, so sometimes Marauder is a little bit wasted stats on top. So maybe check out one of my solo guides that I have for Thief. They're actually all quite good as well. And you can easily solo stuff with those as well. I just uploaded yesterday, I think, a solo guide for Thief that is just using pistols and is very easy to play. So maybe this one is for you as well. Now I have to talk to those guys, I think, to those things. And kill those, okay. Slow quests. That's not good. We need very long then for all of those. And we also don't get that much experience anymore because we're already at level 28 and this map is very lower level. But I guess we have to do it at some point. Are there any good guides for raids? So I will try to get more guides on my YouTube channel as well. But if you are looking for written guides, I can highly recommend going to Snowcrows, which is the best website for raids in general. Not only for guides for the raid itself, but also for the, how's it called, builds that you can use there. So I would recommend Snowcrows. It's a very good website in general. So this should help you. They have raid guides for all of them, even for the challenge mode, so you should just check it out there. I'm struggling to fight raids for the new wing. I missed as a returning player. Yeah, that is a little bit annoying. Typically raids are, especially the new ones, if you're not there when they are currently like very active and a lot of people are doing it, then you have a hard time finding parties and groups that actually are willing to let you do it as well with them. So I guess find a Discord, find a guild that can help you there. It's the same for a new player. It's sadly not a very consistent way to do it, or just like get a commander tag and open the raids for yourself, like find a group and look for people there. that can be also helpful, but there is no fast way, sadly, to do it. That's the sad truth. Yeah, sadly, raiding is not as like, how's it called? Not as active as it once was, and it just means that you have to be like a little bit patient, yeah, or maybe very patient, depending on what you want to do. Yeah, Muklok has some guides. I also have some raid guides on my YouTube channel, but sadly I started doing them and then there was almost no interest in them. Like I got like 100 views or something, so I did not like commit more time on those, even though I put a lot of effort into them. So we will see. Maybe I will go back to the raid guides when we get the rework to the, how's it called, raids and strike missions, when they are all getting, how's it called, merged. That's the word that I was looking for. Those would be probably a very good time to get this done. But we will see. We will see. Like I said, there are already very good resources in the web. So Muklok, Snowcrows. Probably I would recommend going for the Snowcrows ones if you want to have the best strategies all the time, because they are always up to date and always very, I wouldn't say try hard, but they are tryhards that make a very accessible guide. So I just can recommend this. But yeah, that's just me. Maybe you have a different opinion on that. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I would go Berserker or Marauder gear. This is completely fine swap, for sure. I just get the Savage Excellence from my amulet. Is the Fractal Reliquary collection good to finish it off? So I personally would recommend it if you want to have like the collection done and get the title and stuff. But in terms of gold, like 3 times or like 5 times in a year, when you check it every single day, then there is something in there that is actually really worth grabbing. Yeah, but most of the time, it's not. Yeah, so it's really like most of the time, it's something that is rather like skippable. But like I said, it depends a bit on what kind of player you are. And yeah, I personally would say if you are just like a new player, probably worth selling, because it's not like completely the best item or best thing to keep and have, because it's just, I don't know, it lacks a little bit of the flexibility that you might really want to. I still can't sell stuff that you want to have. Gold is always good, whereas this is an item that is a little bit like, for veterans, yes, but for someone that is still needing gold for legendaries and stuff, or whatever you want to go for, might not be the best choice. But if you're a collectionist, sure, go for it. So I have to interact and go into the Golem pet or something. Yeah, I know this one. Warrior main copium here. Do I dare to hope for a good DPS Paragon build? So right now with the beta balance, it's definitely one of the worst things to play as a Paragon. But because of that, I expected to actually get some heavy buffs, because they really seem to make some kind of DPS Paragon viable. So I actually think they might buff it like out of the wazoo, and it might actually be like absolutely insane when it comes out. But we will see. We will see. Maybe I'm completely coping here as well. But I can expect some changes to Paragon in general, so I would say maybe DPS Paragon will actually happen. We will see, we will see. Yeah, exactly. The idea is that the raid rework, I don't know how big it will be, I have no clue. Obviously I have not any more information than you have, but I personally would say the raid rework or the merging of the strike missions or whatever, however it's called, will probably be a factor where a lot of people will engage with older content like old strike mission, old raids, and therefore there might be a good time to come up with new guides, and just maybe they have even some reworks to old content, who knows. So definitely looking forward to that one, but it's still like 8 months away or something with my calculations. So yeah, not the nearest future, I would say. So we need... What do we need to do for this one? I always forget. We have to interact with something. Now we have to poke the O's, and then we have to kill it, and then we have to take it to a specific thing. And that, how is this working? Poke it. I guess not. I guess we just kill on Oasis. It's also good enough for me. Yeah, this one is Tekkit. So it's the same module. It's a pathing module, but I'm using the Tekkit's one because this one is a little bit more readable in my opinion, where the quests are and what I need to do for the quests, all that stuff. But obviously there are multiple ones that work. I just chose whatever for me right now. Doesn't really matter too much. This is not fair. Can't get this if the legendary Berserker here destroys the oozes. Oh no. Ilveni, do you ever use Scepter 2, 3 on boss? No. I mean, you can, but I would not recommend it. I would always ally target it because you have like Hilvindi is one of the lowest DPS healers in the game. You have almost no attack that you actually use on the boss. So 2 and 3 is always ally targeted. I would say there is no reason to not do it because the boons and stuff is like just. There's no reason, yeah. I would say never. Never say never, other than for Hilvindi, I guess. No, where are all the oozes? Getting stuck on this quest, not good. I guess this guy revived all of them. Where's Taka? Where is this guy? There. Now we have it. Blue thing, okay. There it is. Yeah, so I personally would say Heal Vindicator, don't use any skills on the boss if you don't have to. It's really like 2 or 3, not as Scepter is really designed as a support weapon. Don't use it on the boss. Yes, that's the shorter part. When you use Mesmer skill 4 underwater for the super speed, does the super speed still work when you get to the surface? Yes, it does. It's just giving you, so to say, a boon without being a real boon. It's just a buff that you get, and this buff will just increase the speed that you have, even if you go over water. Yes, that is correct. It's really, really potent. And super speed is one of the really weird things in Guild Wars 2 because it increases your movement speed, and it also increases the movement speed of you when you use a movement skill. So for example, if you have, wait, where is it? Yeah, there. So if you have, for example, a dash or something in your kit, I don't have that here on Mesmer, but we will get to it at some point. If you have any kind of dash and you have super speed, it gets more distance typically. Not all of them, but most of them. And that can actually help you to progress even further if you know how to do that. For example, if you have some kind of like it's just a rush attack or something that can actually help to get from 1200 range dash to a, I don't know, 1500 range dash just by having super speed in the same time. That is a really good thing. Yeah. So let's continue. We got the quest finally. Yeah, exactly. I used reactive, which is completely fine. I just didn't see the heart pop-ups here on reactive, and this is actually, I like that to see how much percentage I get for killing specific things or doing specific parts. So I know, this is the fastest part to do it. But yeah, whatever, you know, there are so many good ones. I just want to have one that is barefoot, so I actually know that I don't have to use any Griffin or Sky Scale because that's something that I don't have in this account. Yet, at least. But we also have to slowly get some traits, I guess. We are getting to some part where we actually can get some traits and some more, I don't know, skills. No, I want to have the... No, this is fine. This is fine. And then we take domination, like all domination. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Get as much domination traits as possible. Select the domination trait line. Just so, let's deactivate the module for a second. Just so that we can select some traits that are offensive and deal more damage. So Mirror Blade is good for the Greatsword, and then we take the Egotism to get 10% more damage typically, and then we take Vicious Expression to get even more damage and have some boon removal. And it's just a very nice offensive trait line for Power Mesmer. We will run that probably for the rest of the leveling process, something like that. And probably even after that. And We will slowly get more trades unlocked, but of course you can see for the open world maps here, it doesn't really matter too much. Of course it helps me with damage, and it will get my clear time faster, but typically the quests where I can kill stuff is not the problem. It's always the problem when I have to get and press some F, or like even worse, if I have to do some fetch quests or something. This is the problem, not necessarily the killing. Yeah. There we go. No, I'm actually not streaming late today. I'm actually quite on time, just as usual on Tuesday, I would say. I'm always streaming at that time, but nice that you could catch me. That's what we like. Very good, very good. When do you really swap to Venturi? I saw you pretty much stay in Alliance stance and swap F3 from time to time to mostly using the healing skill from Blue Alliance and the Condy Cleanse one. I would say you swap to Venturi if you need a lot of healing or need a projectile block, but I think it's really hard to say when exactly you have to swap to a specific legend, because, for example, sometimes I want to get more stability and I swap to Chalice and then I don't have any Venturi, or I don't know. I personally think Heal Vindicator is something that I have not like played for hundreds of hours like Chronomancer, so I can't give you the best advice, but in general I would say just try it out and see what works best for you. If you need a lot of healing, I would go to Venturi. If you need stability, you can also go to Venturi. And if you... What else can Venturi provide? I guess some CC. That is also decent. Yeah, I think it makes sense to swap anyway, because swapping off cooldown is not bad because of the boons and the energy that you get. But of course, on a healer build, it's not as important that you swap off cooldown as it is, for example, for Condition Renegade, where you really want to get all the procs of the energy all the time because you really drain your energy like crazy. But that's just my tip. Hope that makes sense. Maybe my imagination, but there seems to be more and more solo players now, which I could group sometimes, but I have to keep dashing off. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 is a game that is very friendly to solo players. I made a video about it today, actually, and it's definitely a positive for people that enjoy doing solo content and stuff, but it's for people that really want to get the MMO stuff going, like raids, like 5-person groups, or even like 50-player convergences and stuff like that. It's definitely feeling like a lot of players are not really interested in the social aspect of that anymore. But I think in Guild Wars 2 you just pick and choose what you like, because both of that exists. You just have to find the correct guild or just community to play it with, and then you're actually in a decent spot, I would say. I think Guild Wars 2 is in all game modes, maybe with the exception of PvP, quite active. Yeah, I would definitely say so. So slowly getting there. I think there's a hero point here to do as well. Always have to loot. I always forget that I have no auto loot. Yeah, exactly. Day 2 today, and don't worry, this week will be way more active than last week. So I will probably do like at least 3 streams, maybe even up to 5. We will see how much time and energy I have to stream every single day. But yeah, I will do a lot, and I mean a lot, of Zero to Hero challenges to get it done quite fast. Because leveling and getting up to 100% map completion takes a while, and I don't want to waste all my Zero to Hero time on that. I also want to get some nice stuff going as well. I started 2 days ago, but first day didn't really play and I don't know what to do. So yeah, then you can just tag along, and if you have any questions, just let me know. And other than that, I'm just exploring the map right now and can answer any questions that you might have. I dropped Ghostly Infusion today, my first ever drop. That's somewhat rare, in 2.2k hours. Yeah, I mean, congrats to you, that's good. I mean, Ghostly is not that expensive, but it's also not that bad. So yeah, congrats, good item. Either you use it yourself for some more stats and some cool looks. Might fit your Guardian or your Revenant, if I can remember correctly how the look was. But you can also just sell it. It's, after all, I don't know how much it is, 50 to 70 gold or something like that. So not too shabby, not too shabby. It's Blish Hut. It's the Blish Hut and the pathing module in there, and I'm using currently the Tickets guide for the map completion. Just to see everything here on the screen, where I have to go, what I have to do. Ah, this is the Grid one, where I have to test their IQ. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, just pressing a lot of F. And I guess are they getting, some of them are getting aggressive, I'm pretty sure of that. We will see. There's another one here. And press F. Very, very common core guild was too, pressing F all the time. That's the main part here. And slowly getting there, getting the quest done. Yeah, exactly. It's just showing the, I wouldn't say that necessarily the fastest path, but it shows me a very fast way to follow where I actually get all the map completions done without having to backtrack, which is very annoying for me as a streamer because I concentrate on the stream more than I do necessarily on what I'm doing in the map. So if I have to backtrack and find what I missed, is very annoying when just following some kind of yellow lines or blue lines, whatever I just currently have on. It's a very, very easy thing to me to do, even if I'm talking to chat and reading comments or something. That's the idea here. So a few more. Oh, nice, they respawned, very good. And one more, and we can continue finally. There we go. Almost half the quests of this map done. Next. Yeah, Tony, so like I said, pick a class that you like the look of. That's always very helpful. And just try to find something that you like the look of while also liking the sound of how it plays at the end game. Either watch my picking a class guide. You can just type !class and you will have a guide there on Twitch. And on YouTube, you can just scroll down in the guide section of my description. There is a link to the spreadsheets. And there is also a guide about how to pick a class and stuff. But you should just find one that you enjoy and try it out. If you don't like it, you can still switch after that. I would just recommend at some point sticking to one, because if you have 5 characters and all of them are at level 10, you will never reach level 80 with one of them if you always switch around. And reaching level 80 enables you to switch classes and, so to say, characters way more often, because you can level your characters way faster. That's my tip there. Nice, you sold it already. Very good. Yes, it's on YouTube later. It's all of my live streams are going in the live section, so you can watch the whole VOD there, or I will also do an edited version of this, so you can watch it there as well in an edited video. Yes. Of course. Streams, videos, everything. Yes. Yes, you can also boost it or use it on your main character. There are so many ways to interact with the boost. And I personally would say, oh, this is this one. How does this work? There is some kind of thing that you can do. Can you spam something or something? There was something that you could do. Give me this. Take a protest sign, exactly. So what is this? I guess I will just kill cool oozes. That's the main thing that I will do here. Yeah, sometimes you just have to kill everything. That's probably the fastest way. But if you like to play on one character the whole time and then switch, did it not waste too much stuff? It depends. If you find that that's wasted, sure, it might be the case. But I personally think if you need that to find out what you actually main after that, and then you have a better time after that, then I guess it was worth the journey. But I guess that's fair, but I can't tell you what you will like. That's the sad part. I can't tell you what's the perfect class for you. So I guess you have to find out yourself. Like I said, you can watch my video where I showcase all of the classes, but that doesn't mean that you will find the perfect one directly. Sadly, the truth here. Exactly. You know, it's like if you start out, the first character is way slower than all the characters after that. So you should probably just try to stick with one, and then you will slowly get it faster after that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I have a hard time deciding on maining between Necro and Mesmer. I really love Heal Scotch, but I don't know how easy it is to find groups of Fractals on Heal Scotch compared to Heal Chrono. So Heal Chrono is obviously very, very, very common, but if you don't play like any Fractal CMs, Heal Scotch is completely fine for most of them as well. It might not be the absolute best one, yeah, but it's definitely very valid to play, yeah. So if you enjoy Heal Scourge over Heal Chrono, sure, go for Heal Scourge and play Necromancer as a main. And don't forget, you can, like I said, switch around. Guild Wars 2 is very alt-friendly, so if you just have a class that you like right now and you might like a different class in a year, you can easily swap that, especially if you're playing Heal Chrono and Heal Scourge, because they're using the similar gear and are both light armor classes, so you can even transfer your Ascended or Legendary gear there. That can also help you make the decision easier, at least. I'm playing Catalyst now and then switch to Tempest. Do I need a new set if it's not Legendary? No. If they both use the same amount of gear, so if both of them use Berserker, then you can of course use both of them on Catalyst or Tempest, yes. But if you're playing a Heal Tempest and you're playing Power Catalyst, then yes, you need a different gear set. That's how Guild Wars 2 works, yeah. I'm currently on level 30. I'm getting slowly there. But my main goal here for today is actually not really necessarily getting a high level. Of course, that's coming passively, but I want to get the map completion. This is way more important. I will obviously not get it today, but if I can get as much map completion as I will possibly get today, this is always something that helps me in the long run way more than getting level 80 today, because the map completion I have to do anyway. So all the experience that I will gather on the time while grinding the map completion and all the experience that I will get on the meantime is just a bonus. Let me out of combat, man. If it's power damage, Condi damage, Celestial for solo builds, or Harrier Minstrel for healing builds, yeah, something like that, yeah, exactly. So can we now kill the crits and get some progress? Yes, very good. Very good. Playing 5 different ref builds and doing raids. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Of course, you can play on one character as well. I'm just saying, I personally like to play a lot of different characters. That's fun, but you can see some people in chat definitely disagree with this, and you can easily play on one character. Just do what you enjoy the most. Guild Wars 2 is very, very friendly in that regard. I played Ranger and its elites for ages, just recently playing Windy and loving it. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, deciding is really I can't help you at some point, you know. If you watched all the videos, you know my opinion already. So I can't give you the perfect answer to that, you know. You have to try out all of them maybe at some point, maybe find some kind of help. I don't know. At some point, just deciding it's after all your thing. Maybe my tier lists help, maybe my videos about it help, but at some point you have to make the decision for yourself. I can't tell you what your opinion is. That's the sad truth. Hope that makes sense. Which map are you looking to complete? So the whole map. I tried to complete the whole Tyria map, and right now I'm doing Metrica Province. I'm at 54%, and my goal is today to reach for the whole map completion 35 at least. We will see if that's possible. I don't know how long I'm streaming already, like 1 hour. So definitely more time to do it. And yeah, I want to get the map completion hopefully this week, maybe next week, something like that. Next week for sure. I really want to get it done. 100% map completion, just so that I'm done. You know, map completion is not something that I particularly enjoy. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. Just if you did it 10 times, 12 times, 15 times, whatever already, then at some point you just want to get it over with. And it's a great way to get a legendary, don't get me wrong, and to level as well. But I don't want to have my zero to hero journey only on map completion. That would be boring. I'm not new in Guild Wars 2. I've played since only core classes existed and meta was 4 Warriors and Mesmer. Nice. Very good. Then you know what you're talking about. I did the same. Yeah. How do you plan on getting the tier 6 mats for legendary weapons? So we will see. So first of all, first part would be probably getting the Wizard's Vault thing from the legendary starter kit, which is obviously giving me half of them because of the Gift of Might there. So what is this? I'm in charge. The second rule is you're not. Conduct experiments so that your cooperation is critical. Know your place. Necromancy and Golemancy. I'm not in charge. Necromancy and Golemancy. Easy, first time. Very good. I'm good at this. Or maybe I'm just lucky. You can decide for yourself. Yeah, but tier 6 mats, if I like really need all of them at the end, like tier 6 mats, like half of them I will get with the Wizard's Vault. Then if I have enough Wizard's Vault coins, Astral Acclaim left over, I can also purchase the heavy crafting bags here. And if I have a lot of fractals and gold lying around, like Loris, for example, I can also use, if I have all the Ascended already, to get more tier 6 mats. And after that, if I really need even more than that, I will just use the TP and buy it. That will be the least painful way, I would say. Might not be the most interesting way. I will not farm them myself, but I will definitely get it quite fast this way. Because farming gold in the game is probably always the best choice. And getting the stuff that you actually want to do with it or get from the TP is you should just buy with the gold then. That's typically what I would recommend. So I will do the same. But you will see that when we get there. One step after the other, as I always tell you. Because first comes the leveling and the map completion, and then we can think about what is the next step. And getting some more gold is probably something that we will deal with the rest of the journey. Because after all, setting up a new account is always something that takes a lot of investment of time and gold. There we go. So let's catch up on chat in a second. Definitely enjoy multiple characters, although keeping track of what each profession does can be hard. Yeah, and I think even for me as someone that actually enjoys playing multiple classes and different builds and stuff, keeping track of all of them and keeping them updated with each balance patch, that can be quite like, I wouldn't say painful, but that can also be something that is actually at some point quite time intensive on top of that. That you always keep like your builds updated and stuff. For sure. Definitely something that you have to keep track of and stay on top. Otherwise you might run an outdated build, and there's nothing worse than running an outdated build, of course. Have you had any luck soloing the Avatar of Rage, Northern Inanaris on a Thief build? I have not tried it yet, to be honest. That's a very specific question there. I have not tried that yet, but I think if you play a very defensive Thief, it might be possible if you don't get one-shot. I'm not sure if the Avatar of Rage has the one-shot attack. I don't know how the names are, but that might be one of them that has the one-shot attacks. And then it can actually be quite painful, because if you're just very, I don't know, playing a nice sustained build, but you just get one-shot, then you can't sustain the one-shot. That's just how it works. So, yeah, I think it could work, but I have not tried, sorry. This is... That's the last one. There we go. Is it invisible or what is it? Almost invisible golem, okay. Come on, just die. There we go. Dragonflies, okay. Okay, a few of them. This counts as well, very good. That's always the best part. If there's just some kind of hideout where all the enemies are, you can just get all of them and kill them and get all the quests done. That's what I like the most. So I don't have to interact with the quest too much, just like kill everything. That's the easiest thing to do. I think I missed a little bit. That's a little bit sad if the quest range is just barely out of range. That's not what we want. What elite specs you gonna go for this character? So for now I will go for Heal Chrono a lot, because Heal Chrono is probably for Fractals the best choice. But no, just in time. I can pull them in the range, that's good enough, but still. Yeah, Heal Chrono will definitely be a very important one that I will try. If I need to play DPS, I might actually consider going for Power Chronomancer, or maybe playing Mirage. We will see if Mirage will actually be a solid choice as well. Sadly, they nerfed my Dear Heal Mirage, otherwise I would have played this here in this journey, because this is actually quite fun build as well. Celestial Heal Mirage could actually carry the group while also being a healer. Maybe we will go for that one. We will see. One step after the other. First part that we have to get done here is getting the map completion or getting level 80. That's probably the first part that we actually need to get done. So, do you think the Gale Shot is gonna get nerfed? So I think there will be damage adjustments to all of the builds. I'm pretty sure of that. So Amalgam, Gale Shot, even Luminary DPS numbers seem very high. I think they might actually adjust it, but it will probably take a while. My expectation is that at the launch they will all be very high in DPS and they will slowly nerf it down over the next few months so that you actually have an incentive or some kind of fun gameplay when it comes out, not have under like nerfed specs that are not very fun to play anymore. So I really think that Gale Shot will actually be probably somewhat at the same point that it is in the beta, having crazy good burst while also having some long-term DPS on top of that. That's my prediction at least, yeah. We will see. We will see. I can't tell you. I don't know anything about the balancing. We just have to see what we will get. Hopefully there will be some kind of dev stream or some kind of balance change notes beforehand so that we actually know what we expect, but might also be the case that we don't get that at all. And I'm very surprised then at the launch of the expansion, and will probably read the patch notes first, where everyone else is just joining the expansion. I will probably read the patch notes. Could be. We will see. We will see what's gonna happen. Is Reaper any good? Yes, Reaper is really good. Oh no, my inventory is full. Oh no. Yeah, so Reaper is really good. It's one of the best builds in Guild Wars 2 overall. It's like very good in World vs. World. It's extremely good in PvP, and it's very, very strong as a DPS build in PvE. You're not that flexible, so if you want to play a support, that's not gonna work. Reaper is locked into DPS, but it's a very, very strong DPS. So if you like the design of it, good choice. Chrono Prison, yeah, exactly. I'm already putting myself in that. Chrono is just like good DPS, good like utility, good wounds, good like general, like I can fill each role. So if I'm pugging, especially like in tier 1, tier 2, or even tier 3 fractals, that will be quite like, I wouldn't say painful, but it will be some kind of skill check. And if I can carry the groups because they might not know enough, and I can do like 3 of the 4 mechanics on my own, and this is because I'm playing Chronomancer, then I will play Chronomancer, you know? Even if it's a class that I played like a lot on stream already, it's just very, very strong. I don't play a specific bad class or not necessarily best class just because I didn't play it before. I want to play something that actually showcases how you can carry a group, for example. Hope that makes sense. Because if you play a, I don't know, Staff Daredevil, you are completely best in slot DPS, sure, but it will not be, so to say, carrying group. You only have DPS. You will not carry a group with healing. This is not gonna happen on a DPS Daredevil. Hope that makes sense. Can you get a 24 slot back from the newsletter sign up? I have to check. I did not try that yet. Maybe. I have full medium ascended berserker gear accessories dagger. Do my tier 4 fractals regularly. My arrow damage level is low. Yeah, exactly. Dagger is really bad as a thief to have that. I think Ascended Staff would be a good choice, yeah. Staff is a very good weapon that you should swap to if you need AoE. Yeah, for sure. That would be the best way. If you can get that, sure. I would say Thief is completely fine. I would not swap classes just because of that. If you enjoy it, play Staff and you have a good time there. I really think so. For using your link to buy Visions of Eternity, is your bot message saying I need to disable ad blocking on the store page to ensure you get the benefit? So as far as I know, they might have fixed that issue, but I'm not completely 100% sure. So if you want to be guaranteed that I get any value of that, make sure that you disable it just for the purchase. But I think it might actually even work nowadays with the ad block on. But that's why I read it in the message. Better safe than sorry. If you can disable it for just one moment, that would be preferred, I would say. Hope that makes sense. Thanks for considering it, that you want to support me. Really appreciate it. Don't you think Chrono and some Mesmer will be nerfed in the next patch? So Mesmer already got a nerf. So I can't show it here because I don't have the thing unlocked. Well, maybe I can show it. Chaos, where is it? Bountiful Disillusionment here. This already got nerfed. And they said this is the thing that they will nerf. There might be some other changes, but they will probably not nerf it even further. So now you get stability on your F4 instead of your on your F5 instead of your F4, which is obviously on Chronomancer a big nerf, because on Chronomancer this is something that you would use sometimes in the fight, but it's way easier to use the F4 skill than this Continuum Split. So I think Chronomancer is already in a worse spot than it was before, but it's still definitely very, very strong. So I personally would say I don't expect any big nerfs to Mesmer, to be honest. I don't think so. Welcome, sub. Welcome. I'm good. Would you say Spear Guardian is viable for soloing stuff? Yes, it is. It's not the best, but it's definitely viable, for sure. I have a Dragon Hunter build that is actually using Spear. You can use it. It's quite fun. Yeah, solo Dragon Hunter build. Can recommend it. Isn't Spear is a hybrid weapon. You can use it as a support or you can use it as a DPS weapon. Both of it works. You just have to adjust your gear depending on what you want to be. So Guardian is very flexible. Yes. I would, yeah, definitely. I think the problem is Ranger doesn't, it has it in the name, but Ranger before Gale Shot comes out is not really a ranged class. That's the sad truth. Ranger is like playing very melee focused in PvE. It's at least for the top DPS. Thanks Ground Bear. Ground Boy, sorry for that. Thanks a lot, really appreciate the sub. Didn't see it earlier. Thanks a lot. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, so Ranger in Guild Wars 2 in PvE is not really the ranged class. So if you like range classes, then you have to wait for Gale Shot at this point, I guess. So, what do we do now? Our inventory is full. Oh no. It was supposed to happen at some point and I can't sell my stuff. Can I sell my stuff now? Ooh, did it? No. What? Okay, some stuff I can sell, but not all of it. Okay. The restrictions are weird. So, what do we do here? We need a vendor. I have some kind of vendor in the... No, I don't. Not good. This is an improvement on my... Yes, very much. Okay, let's salvage some stuff. There we go, looks way better now. Thanks, Tomino. Thanks a lot for the Prime, really appreciate it. Hype train, very nice, guys. Thanks a lot. You're all hyped. That's good. Get this event going. I would always recommend doing events while they are already here, if you can do them, because they give you some nice experience if you're leveling, and obviously experience is something good that you want, even after you reach level 18. So events, dynamic events, always a good thing to do. Thanks a lot. Let's keep the hype train going, guys. Let's keep me hyped during the map completion here. Or let's all stay hyped, even better. Yeah, I'm always happy to get positive feedback from my content, so more to come. But always, if you have any ideas to improve the content, or just let me know what is some idea that you have, I'm always happy to hear that as well. Repass my mind, but I recently played my Elementalist more because it feels better. Yeah, I mean, Elementalist is a bit more active. If you like more active gameplay, for sure Elementalist can be more suited for you then. Yeah, makes sense. Nice, very good, Teletank. Really appreciate the support then. That's very good. If you buy the Ultimate Edition, it get a lot of support from ArenaNet as well. So really nice. Thanks a lot. And it's even better. So if you want to purchase any expansion, not even the new one, any expansion for that matter, and you want to support my stream or my content, you can just use my referral link and you don't get any additional cost. That's amazing. That's the cool part about this. Oh no, he's using the swingy attack. Very good. You can type !buy in the chat and then you will get the link to that one. Yeah, thanks very much everyone for supporting me that way. Really appreciate that. Especially if you wanted to purchase it anyway. That's everyone is happy with that, I guess. Very good. So you saw some interesting interaction here that you just saw. Maybe you didn't see it because it was quite fast. Just wanted to mention that. I always want to mention stuff while I'm streaming that I actually just did. So CCing in Guild Wars 2 is something really interesting. There are a lot, and I'm talking a lot about different CCs. Like there are knockbacks, knockdowns, stuns, any other disables like floats, fear, and all of that stuff. But those disables are all overwriting each other, with some exceptions, but most of all, they are all overwriting each other. What does that mean? So if you use a CC, I will catch up in chat in a second, by the way. Just let me explain it. if you use any CC and you CC while the enemy is CC'd, it will override. So if you have a 2-second stun on the target, which is obviously really potent, they can't move with a stun and they can't use any attacks other than stun breaks or instant casts. So 2 seconds of stun is very strong. But if you then use just a quarter of a second daze, which is weaker, which is just like disabling you to use any attacks, but you can still move, then you will override the stun. So if you have a stun happening to the target and you want to get the maximum amount of value, then you would wait until the CC is done. This is especially useful in competitive modes, but even in PvE that can be useful for some mobs that you can actually CC. Of course, if the target has a break bar, you will just add up the damage that you do, the CC break bar damage. So if it's a daze, it will just add some Defiance break bar, and this will add some Defiance break bar, and in the end you will have 250 instead of 100 plus 150 after each other, but this is just something I want to mention here. CC is really important to understand in Guild Wars, or in any game to be honest. You can actually bench quite highly on Core Elementalist. It's not the best build, but it's definitely a decently high damaging build. Yes, that is true. Yes, I will also be posting videos on YouTube, so my first video I edited today will probably come out tomorrow. So stay tuned for that, and after that I will obviously do that in a regular fashion and update this. So if you watch the videos on YouTube as well about this series, they are obviously way more concise than my stream where I just showcase everything. But in the YouTube video I will edit it together, and I really want to have your opinion if you want to see me having more footage of the streams in there or making it like more concise. Just give me your opinion there. I'm always happy to get some feedback there. And either way it is appreciated. So if you say, okay, less cuts, more cuts, less length, more length, whatever of the video, everything is appreciated. Just let me know why and what's the best time or best way to do it, and I'm always happy to improve on that. So with the map exploration, I'm currently at 23%, and yeah, it takes a while, but we will get there. We will get there. I'm positive. I did it quite a lot of times already. It's not the fastest thing to do, but if you are patient and just have some, I don't know, just some interesting time with you guys in chat, just talking about stuff, then it's actually not the worst thing to do. Been back for 2 months, almost have Aurora complete, 2 days left, got the amulet, is already ready for Season 3 achievements, want to try Elementalist, but the rotations seem a bit intimidating, I mean Mesmer. Yeah, I mean, don't worry too much, I would say you can play some low intensity Elementalist builds as well, so there are multiple choices that you can actually play on Elementalist. Some of them obviously are really like piano style, but not all of them. So I would not like, oh no, I would not really say, oh, I can't play this class because it's too convoluted, the rotations and stuff. But yeah, I would say personally, if you enjoy Elementalist, don't be scared because of the rotations. You can slowly learn it. That's the cool part. You don't have to master it on the first day. That's my tip there. Different countries are differently priced? Yes, exactly. So it depends a bit on where you are from. So depending on what kind of country you are from, you have different prices. That's normal in the video game industry. And of course, different currencies on top of that. Yeah. The blue bar that appears when you should CC, do only see attacks reduced or normal attacks reduce it as well? No. So the blue black bar, it's called, will appear when you need to CC the boss. It will not be reduced by anything else than CC. However, CC in Guild Wars 2 is split into 2 categories. One of the categories are hard CCs, like knockbacks, stuns, and stuff like that, and soft CCs, which would be, for example, they would be in like conditions like immobilize that you can see here on this attack here, immobilize, cripple, or even fear, stuff like that. Those are soft CCs, so to say, because they apply over time and not instantly. So they can also be useful on most fights. Some bosses have some negative breakbar in that regard, where you only have to break the breakbar with hard CC, but not all of them. And that can obviously be quite good. Keep that in mind as well. So CC, very important in the game. And when a blue bar appears, like in 99% of the cases, you should actually grab some CC skills and CC the boss when this happens. We will see it later in some point as well. Right now I'm doing map exploration. This is in the early game maps not typically the case that there are some CC bosses, but there might be some in the future. Yes, so I think the video that I release tomorrow is, I think, under 20 minutes. So something like 19 minutes and 30 or something, and covers like my first stream, which was like 4 hours long. So it's like a decently concise video. In the future, I might actually even like summarize multiple streams into one video, depending on how much content I did in this stream. But it will definitely be covering multiple things, and I will probably always aim for at least 15 minutes. And depending on how much content I have and I want to put in a video and how people like it, I will make it even longer if that's necessary, if people like it. And if I have enough streams to summarize, of course. So, you will see. Hopefully you like all my Zero to Hero journey content, not only the live streams and the videos. So, we will see. Yeah, I mean, you should... Viva is probably the one that you would not always like. I would not recommend playing Viva as at a start, because like starting on Viva is probably quite punishing, because Viva is one of the hardest elite specs to play. So I personally would say better take it slow and play something that is easier, like a Tempest, and slowly go from there. Come on, let me out of this transformation. There we go. But if you enjoy Viva, sure, go for it. There are some easy builds as well. I'm actually working on a low intensity Viva on top of that. So we will see. Maybe I can actually make a low intensity Viva build and you might enjoy it a lot. We will see. Yeah, so the newest expansion will not be on sale until like a year or something. So the newest expansion will always cost the same amount. If you're referring to older expansions, they actually had really, really good sales just now. Sadly, if you didn't purchase it yet, they don't last today anymore. I think they lasted until today. I'm pretty sure, yeah. So they were actually really good like sales there, but you would probably have seen it already. So now we have the normal prices again. What's the goal for the series? Full legendary, account value, full bank of pebbles? So the first season, so to say, will probably, or will guaranteed last until the expansion comes out. This is my goal, so to say. When the expansion comes out, I will conclude the first season of this. And my goal is in the first season, so in exactly 2 months, the expansion drops. And when the expansion drops, I want to have at least one legendary weapon. Legendary weapon in this probably greatsword. We will see what I will go for, but probably a legendary greatsword unlocked for this character. This is or for this account. This is the idea. This is my goal. And obviously, this is not too hard. It's also not too easy, but it's definitely a nice goal. I would say it's a decently achievable goal without being too boring to watch. I would say that's the idea. Yeah, exactly. Go for Exordium? Oh, that would be... going for Exordium would be like completely wasting my map exploration. Then I could just like skip the exploration of it. And Exordium is actually quite expensive. It costs a lot of gold, to be honest. So I'm not sure if Exordium is the smartest choice to go for. But maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should go for Exordium. Because it's a cool new legendary. No, not new, but cool legendary look for sure. But I personally would rather go for something that is a little bit cheaper so I actually can reach it. Because 2,000 gold in 2 months on a fresh account is not the easiest. It's not the easiest. So there we go, almost done. 23% still. And then we go into some kind of map to get some kind of bags or something. I really want to get my inventory clean. This is like... I'm getting a little bit... How is it called? Yeah, the spaces is too tight for me. How is it called? I'm missing the word, but yeah. Claustrophobia, that's the word. Because my inventory normally is like at least 300, 200 inventory spaces big, and this one is 50 and it's completely full. Ooh, that doesn't feel great. Okay, so there we go. I think we need one more quest and then we are good. There we go, and one more quest here. Okay, what's the... Where is it? Where is it? Do you have the plans to do overviews for Necromancer and Elementalist? Yes, I will do all my overviews. So I released today the overview of, how is it called, like analysis of all the traits for Elementalist. And I will go and do that for every single class. I did it for Mesmer already, and I will do it for every other class. I did it already for, how is it called, for the weapons. I started the trade series just now, and I also want to did the weapons one, and I also want to do the elite spec traits on top of that, just giving you all my thoughts about how it is, how good it is. So there's the last part. Yeah, so this will definitely be a very fun series for me to make, and hopefully you will also enjoy watching it, because it's definitely helpful for new player and even for veterans to talk about stuff, I would say. Okay, what do we have to do here? Just pressing some random stuff. And they will probably explode. Yes, I expected as much. Okay. See you in 10k hours? Yeah, I guess exactly. There's a lot of stuff to explore in the game. Even if you don't have all the expansions. Guild Wars 2 is a big game at this point. Yeah, for sure. A lot of stuff to explore. What's the most efficient gold per slot bag? I would say personally like 18 or 20 slot bags. They are really, really easy to get. You just buy it from the DP for like under 10 gold. The 18 slot are really cheap. I personally like to go for 20 slot bags because you get them very easily. But yeah, that's just me. I personally think 20 slot bags is probably the way to go if you have a lot of old characters. Of course, if you want to go for the maximum, you would go for the boreal stuffed things, so the boreal bags from the Itrite ingots, because with those you actually save some money and they cost around 200 gold instead of like the 250 or something that the normal ones cost, but it's still quite expensive. 32 slot bags, one of the hardest things to get for all characters. I speak from experience here, so yeah, definitely not the easiest thing to do, but in my opinion might be quite worthwhile. Okay, so we got the metrical province as well. Now we go to some kind of vendor. I really just want to get a vendor, and then I can sell my stuff. There we go. And oh, we have so much chunk in the inventory. That's not good. Just deleting the chunk that we don't need and making a little bit more space, I hope. And maybe we get even a bigger inventory at some point. But one thing after the other, I guess. Wait, is the high leg arbor, is that the one that you can sell on the trading post? Yes, very good. That's actually quite expensive item. Look at this. I gathered 3 of those, so I get 60 silver for them, because some of the quest items you can actually sell and people buy it for completing the quest very fast, because if you have like 10 or 20 of those, they cost a little bit of gold. But if you want to get the fastest speedrun for map completions, you can actually sell them on the buy it on the DP and give it to the vendor, and you instantly complete the quest. So actually keep those and sell them if you have some of them. Always double check if you want to get the maximum amount of money. That is. Okay, so we are slowly getting there. Putting some stuff on the bank, I guess, as well. Just the stuff that we don't need here. And that we want to sell at a later point, I guess. This is sell. Yeah, small bank, small inventory. And what is that? Also trophy, delete. And that's salvage. I don't know, need a staff. I guess we can equip this one. And I guess this one. It takes a while to get all the things up. It is not really necessary, to be honest. So if you're struggling to find something what you should equip, just equip whatever, and leveling in Guild Wars 2, especially if you're going for the low level maps first, doesn't really matter. Equip whatever you find and you will probably have in the long run faster clearing time, faster thing, because you will exchange the gear all the time in Guild Wars. So just equip what you get and salvage the stuff that you don't need or sell it on the trading post. This is my tip that I can give you. And of course, consume the luck on your first playthrough so you get some more magic find. And now the inventory is clean again. Maybe we put some more stuff on the bank that we don't need. And this one is unnecessary. Maybe grab a second salvage kit. I always go for the basic ones. You can go for higher ones, but that's just the cheapest option. This one is a little bit higher in terms of rewards that you get out of it, but costs more. For leveling, I always use the basic one. If you are level 80, you should use and check out my salvaging guide, where I talk about all the basic salvaging rules, which kits to use when. And now I want to go to Lion's Arch and talk quickly to the Leadclaw NPC. Why do I want to do that? Because apparently that's currently in the Wizard's Vault, and it gives me 150 Wizard's coins, Astral Acclaim. So we obviously want to get that to get more gold out of the Wizard's Vault, just for speaking to an NPC. And hopefully we at some point also unlock our trading post capabilities, so that we actually can also bind 6 Lightborn or Slumbering Lightborn skins to our account. There we go. There we go, I spoke to him. Easy, 75. That's good enough for me. Astral Acclaim. Okay, next map. What do we want to go for next? I guess we did the Paladin Forest and Metrica Province, so I guess now it's the snowy area in Far Foothills. That's how it's called. Yes, I'm from Germany. Sorry for my pronunciation, I'm trying my best. But yeah, can't improve everything, I guess, to perfect. So what else do we need? I guess we at some point, don't worry too much what you level here. Just get whatever you want. In the end, if you're going for map completion, if you just level your character normally, you will at level 80 have typically all of those unlocked, and you can then go for the elite specs at some point. But you should, of course, all get the core stuff. You will have that. They don't cost that much. You just go for all of them, and you will have it at some point unlocked anyway. So don't worry too much. Just click whatever you find interesting to look. And racial skills, we also covered it right now. Racial skills in Guild Wars 2 are really like, don't worry too much. They are really bad skills typically, and it doesn't matter which kind of race you're playing. All of them are quite bad. That's by design. So race skills are not mattering. You will never use them other than for role-playing content. So it doesn't matter. The power level is very low, and just choose whatever you like. Play the race that you like. Play the skills that you like. Doesn't matter. Especially for leveling, just choose what you like and what looks cool, and you will have more fun then. And I just go for more mobility and more damage, but doesn't really matter. What's thief traits? Yeah, the thief traits will be also quite interesting. I think the thief traits will probably be one of the more like hot takes in there. I think Elementalist and Mesmer was quite cold takes in there, but if I get to some classes that have a little bit like more niche traits in there, then you might actually get some more hot takes from me there. But we will see. One thing after the other, we will get to all of them at once. Yeah, for sure. I really like this series because it's people that actually watch it really enjoy this kind of content, and that's exactly what I want. I want to make content for people that watch my content, and if the people like it, if you like all my like trade analysis and stuff, then it's a perfect video. That's what I want. I don't want to have videos that are clickbaity and people click on it, but they don't like it in the end. So that's my idea here. And if you have any feedback for this specific series or for any video series that I'm doing, please let me know as well. If you had to pick one class to play with Longbow, what would you pick? So personally, I would pick Ranger, because with Gale Shot, Longbow will be a very good pick. But if you want to play it right now, I personally would say Berserker. Condition Berserker is probably the best build. But for the future, I think Gale Shot will be the best one. But it's obviously, yeah, it depends a bit on the balance. It actually depends quite a bit on the balance. If they change the balance up and Gale Shot will be nerfed down, then maybe it's not the best anymore. But I personally think Ranger might actually get some help with Longbow. Yeah. Yeah, the best meta event, sorry, Tatted Tank, sometimes I missed it. Just ask again, I will get to you. If there are so many things, so many questions, sometimes I just miss it, sorry for that. The best meta events to farm for gold or grind in EOD. The best thing in EOD is that any event that you're doing in EOD is actually giving you Imperial Favor. And Imperial Favor you can convert into gold very easily. It's a very, very nice way, or not easily, but very lucratively. That's more the word for it. And therefore, I would say Dragon's End is amazing, and for gold. Zeitung is also quite good. Even the Kaineng meta can be good. Echo World, I would say, is not the best. I personally would rate, if you're doing it once per day, the Dragon's End meta can be really lucrative. And the Zeitung meta can be really good if you're just spawning in for the final boss, so to say. And the Kaineng one, if you organize it correctly, the Kaineng one can also be quite lucrative. And some people even tell me that the, how's it called, the Chayala Delsmon can also be very lucrative, but I really don't like this one with the tunnel. I think that's one of the worst metas they ever did. So yeah, I personally don't like this. That's my tip there. Hopefully that answers your question. Welcome, Varo. I'm new to Guild Wars 2. I bought 2 expansions. I would like to play Deadeye, but I can't. So you have to level your Thief to level 80 first, then you can get the Deadeye if you have the Path of Fire expansion. That's the only thing that you need for the Deadeye. You have to have level 80 and you have to have the Path of Fire expansion. That's what you need. And of course enough hero points to actually unlock the elite spec. But other than that, it should be fine. You see slowly my damage is actually getting higher. I'm level 33 now, and you can see my damage with the traits and stuff is actually going up, and I'm one-shotting those very, very low level enemies here, even though I'm not having like full ascended gear or something. It doesn't matter, I have leveling gear, and you can just one-shot them anyway because you have so much damage in your traits and your just general skills. Yes, you need to be level 80. But that's not too bad. Don't worry too much. You will get level 80 very fast, I would say. I'm just like going for the map completion. That's not the fastest way, to be honest. But you will get level 80 quite decently fast, I would say. And then you can get the Deadeye also decently fast, I would say. And you need 250 hero points. But I don't know if that will actually be the same for the new elite specs as well. That was something that I was wondering, because the new elite specs are obviously bound to the new map, probably. And if there are 25 hero points in 2 new maps, or if they have more value or whatever, we will see. In general, that will be quite interesting to see how they will make it work out, or that you have to do some core map completion on top of that. I don't know. Really weird, really interesting. But I don't know how yet. For leveling characters, getting a provisional token spear as a lifesaver, that is true. Good point. That can be really cool because they level with you and they increase their stats. Those bloodbound, I think they are bloodbound weapons. They are really, really good. If you really want to go there and get the most amount of value and don't swap your gear ever, or at least not while leveling, those can be really good. Bloodbound weapons, yes, good point. I personally don't go for it because that's, yeah. I just don't want to, I want to do the normal experience, but you can easily go for it and have a very easy time with the gear. And I don't mind too much. I'm actually someone that enjoys inventory management in Guild Wars 2 to some extent. That's not the worst part here. Just kill some Growl here, very good. And another thing that I can mention here, if there are some long casts like this one, you can just weapon swap and you can stop this cast and can start moving again, which is obviously really fun because then you can just start casting it and go somewhere else, and then you can cast the attacks anyway. And this is a really good thing to do because then you save up some time. So just bind weapon swap, very important skill anyway, and then you can get some a little bit faster clearing for the events or for whatever you are doing. If you need to cast some stuff that is having a long cast time and you don't really need to finish the animation anyway to get it done, because most of the hard stuff is actually completed earlier. That makes sense and should help you in your quest to complete all the quests in the core game, or in the game in general. So we're almost done with this quest. I'm also going for it's actually quite nice to have this event here because then I can kill some mobs, get some more experience here, and get the quest maybe a little bit faster. What is the fun about this game? You hardly see any progression. It's a lot about cosmetics. Yes, that's like what a lot of people do. If you don't like going for aesthetics and stuff, then Guild Wars 2 might not be the correct game. It's really like the name is somewhat misleading. I think the name should be Fashion Wars 2 because that's what most people engage with. The game is a lot about fashion. It's not about gear grinding at all. In Guild Wars 2 you get the end game gear very fast, after reaching level 80, which is the maximum level. So you really have to find some own goals. It's not really like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy where you have to go and just always chase the carrot for the best gear. This is not how it works in Guild Wars 2. You have to set yourself own goals, like getting better at the game, clearing some raid bosses or something like that, but you don't do it for the rewards necessarily. You do it more for like the achievements or whatever you get. This is very important point. It's not for everyone. It's a sandbox game, I would say, to some extent. Yeah, that is true. I try my best to bring this across that I really enjoy Guild Wars 2 for sure. Cameron, you're right there. Yeah, Jaala Del's meta is just very long. I don't like it. I never played it. I played it like 2 times or something and never again because I think it's just painfully long. But if you have some good organization going, you actually can do it quite fast. And I heard it's quite lucrative, but you have to have the organization. And I personally don't do that. So I just don't do the meta ever. That's just the truth there. What are the best Elementalist builds for PvP right now other than Support Tempest? I would say it's probably like side-noding Tempest and side-noding Catalyst. Those 2 are probably the best. Like Dagger Catalyst or Hammer Catalyst as a side-noder, or Dagger Tempest. Dagger Tempest is really tanky and really annoying and has also some good 101 potential. So this is probably a very, very good choice for you as well. But those 2 would be my go-to option, yeah, I would say. First time here? Welcome, Kaio. Welcome. I'm using my level 80 boost on Engineer for a new player to the class. Should I start with Scrapper or Mechanist? Mechanist is way easier. I would go for Mechanist because it's way easier to play, but don't forget you should choose what you like. So if you have, for example, I don't know, you really enjoy Scrapper, so go for Scrapper. It's not too hard either. It's just Mechanist is way easier for me to understand for most players. I would agree with that. So I personally would say yes, go for Mechanist. And if you really enjoy Scrapper, go for Scrapper, but Scrapper has a way harder rotation if you want to get the maximum damage numbers. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, don't get me wrong. Because in most content, you don't care about having the perfect damage numbers. This is really like just for the tryhards out there and for the perfectionists, I guess. Yeah, some people don't like the inventory management in Guild Wars 2, or I guess most people. I'm just a weirdo and I like it a little bit. I think that's not too bad, and that's why I don't need to go for the Bloodborne weapons, for example, because I actually like to get gear and use it and upgrade it and stuff like that. But if you don't like that, you can easily go for the Bloodborne weapons and have a very easy time doing that. I need a little bit more here. Come on, respawn. A little bit more. One more. There we go. This is it. 24% already. Yeah, quite good. We're getting somewhere. I have absolutely nothing to base this on, but I reckon we might unlock the new elite spec differently. Yeah, that could be true. I'm actually with you there. I think that could be a completely new way to doing it. Not like hero points, but maybe liking some kind of quest for it, or maybe some kind of collection. Why not? Yeah, I think that might be a new way, and it might be the new way in the future as well, not only for this expansion, for sure. I actually think this is a very like educated guess without any proof, but why not? Yeah, I'm with you there, Machivara. Yeah. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 has a lot of stuff to do. If you're a completionist, I'm also a completionist, then Guild Wars 2 has insane amount of stuff to do. It's like insane. I have like over 10k hours on my main account, and there is so much to do. But if you always want to chase the best gear, then in Guild Wars 2 you might be there quite fast, and then you don't know what to do after that. But I personally really would say there is a lot of stuff to do for people that just want to have fun and explore different parts of the game. Yeah, there's so much to do. Yeah, Scrapper is definitely good without without having the optimal rotation. I'm just saying Mechanist plays itself, and Scrapper is just a little bit harder. That's like, in my opinion, a fact. Scrapper is not like hard to get a decent damage output, but Mechanist is like the mech in power rival Mechanist. You just auto attack and use your rival skills off cooldown, and your mech does some damage and you reach 40k DPS. I'm not joking. It's really, really high DPS for like no intensity whatsoever. So Scrapper can't pull that off. On Scrapper, you have to have some rotation to get over 40k. Just saying. But definitely, you're right. If you enjoy Scrapper, the DPS output is still insane. So we have to get into, where is it? Where can I get into this? I have to interact with something. This guy? Yes, exactly. And then we do, what is this? I think we snarl. And then we play with them. And then we do this again. And then we can play with them again. Yes. That's how you do this quest, you know. Just play with them, you like make them happy again, then you make them unhappy and you play with them again. That's how you do this quest. Very good. Good quest. Good quest. Good quest design. That's how I like it. Yeah, there is a marker pack for hard boundaries. That's true. Maybe it's worth installing that. Maybe for next stream. But right now I don't have that much issues, to be honest. There we go. Did it. We had 25% map completion. Party. Very good. Already a fourth of the way there. Was obviously the easy way. The easy part with the cities first, but still. A fourth of the map completion already done in the second stream. I think we will get it. Hopefully, maybe this week, maybe next week, but definitely next week for sure. We will see. Interesting. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 has a very, very good way of making old content still relevant. It's not perfect, but it's definitely very good because of the horizontal progression. And if you had like always better gear that you get from the new expansion, then the old gear would be completely useless and you would not farm the old expansions that much anymore. But in Guild Wars 2, you can actually easily farm. There are still like hundreds, thousands of people playing Auric Basin, Chuck Garand every single day, because it's just the chance of getting infusion drops and the gold that you get all the time is like, people do it. Yeah, people do it. So definitely correct there. I think Guild Wars 2 has an amazing way of actually making old stuff still somewhat relevant. So I have to get the rabbit food to this guy, I think, there. But I have to be careful because there are some hungry rabbits coming to me. Oh, no. Unlocking it with hero points would be too easy. Exactly, you have so many leftovers so that people would easily get that instantly. And I think that's actually one way to not really, that will probably not happen. That we get the hero points with the normal map completion stuff. I think it might be probably something like Machiwara pointed out, something that just gives you an interesting new way, maybe a collection, maybe some kind of quest. Yeah, why not? But 80% of the time on Mac, you have nothing to do. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you don't enjoy this, like sitting around not doing anything, then maybe Scrapper is better for you. Scrapper is way more active. You press a lot of buttons, then they are off cooldown. You go, or they are on cooldown, and you press the grenade kit off cooldown. Scrapper is way more like APM than Mechanist. But yeah, everyone enjoys something different. Yeah. Can you use your mounts? True. Never did this hard actually with the mounts, but that's actually crazy. Why did they do it like that? That's like the mount is completely like breaking the whole heart. Okay, I guess that's fine then. Then we will do it like that. Seems broken. That's not how they wanted you to do the heart. But I guess that's how it goes. I mean, the teleports are also working, so also not the most like challenging heart if you have some teleports around. So we are slowly progressing. And yeah, the hearts, especially in the beginner max, there are so many hearts to do. So it will take a while, but I will get there. Level 34, very good. And I guess we are getting the strength boost and continue our journey here. Exactly, treasure mushroom. People always farm the treasure mushrooms. I never got the invisible boots, but you know, maybe someday I will get it. And that's like what people always say, you know. 99% of the gamblers quit before they win big, you know. That's the mentality of a lot of people in Guild Wars 2. Like always doing the big ticket item drop chances to actually at some point get it. Maybe not. But yeah, that's the mentality in Guild Wars. But what's higher on the tier list? Gyros or donuts? Gyros, actually, yeah. I actually like probably Döner, yeah. Like, Döner is actually, I think it's actually quite good food, yeah. I like it. I like it. I do Treasure Mushroom every day, even if it's just for the spirit shards. Yeah, I actually think if I'm doing the meta events, I will do it like all the time because it's actually a very, very fast kill and you get a spirit shards, you get some rare unidentified gear, I think, all the time. And you get, if you're lucky, the invisible boots. So it's like perfect. And obviously it's like, would be better if I would like at some point after 1,000 tries would get guaranteed the invisible boots drop, but maybe at some point we will get it, yeah. This guy's just sitting here on my vista. Yeah, so if you have any questions, any comments, let me know. And we just continue our journey here. And of course, if you're a new player, don't hesitate to ask any questions. Even if you think it's a stupid question, just ask it. We will try to answer it here. So don't worry. There are no real stupid questions, I would say. Yeah, I actually think if you have a really good Döner, it's actually really good. I actually don't know how to pronounce it in English, to be honest, because I'm a German after all. But I think it originated in Germany. I think as far as I know, the first person that invented it, so to say, was, I think, from Turkey, but he was living in Berlin, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure this is the correct thing. So it's actually quite fun. I actually don't know how to pronounce it in English, but it's a good food, nonetheless. Yeah, I agree. But I think it's always the case. If the food is not like well-made, then obviously it's not the best food. But if you have a really well-made food, I really like this one. Yeah, it's pronounced the same. Okay, good to know. Good to know. But it's written differently, you know. You don't have the weird letters that we have in Germany, I guess. But yeah. I mean, I think Machiwara is from UK, so they should know. They should know how it's written and what it's called. If they know what a Döner is, then they actually probably also call it like that. So there is another. Always go on the kids here, you know. Always go on the kids. Yeah, exactly. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, English is a little bit weird in that regard because I don't know if you know, but there are like, for example, what is a good example? But all the, like, for example, the old Greeks, yeah, they have a specific name. They had that in the old Greek, but in English, they are actually called differently. Like, they have some kind of like specific English name. That's sometimes they just in like the English language, they change specific words to actually be more pronounceable, which is completely fine. But that means that for someone that learns English, I don't know if it's actually called like that or if it's like changed in English. Apparently for Döner, that's not the case, but for some other things, they actually change it. Yeah. Welcome, Ara. Yeah, currently the content is like my journey on a new account to level 80 first and then getting my first legendary. This is like the big goal. And yeah, we will see how long it takes. Yeah, complete a new account. I started on Saturday, 200 achievement points, not that much. Currently level 34 and 25% map completion. So slowly but surely we get more map completion, what we need, exactly what we need for the legendary. And the goal is to get the legendary item, legendary weapon actually, before the expansion launches. So the expansion launches in 60 days, something like that, not a little bit less than 60 days. So the goal is to get that. We will see if that's possible, probably depending on how much I play, but we will see. It's a fun goal, fun challenge, and I will explain as much as I can during the journey. And if you have any questions, just ask. Ooh, is the meta event coming up soon? Maybe. Maybe the meta event is actually coming up. And we could do this as well. No, just kill some mobs, that's good enough. Because, is that the... No, this is the easy hard, because there is this annoying hard with the keks, with the ice keks here as well. This is such an annoying one. I really dislike that one. Where you have to capture or to catch the keks from the Norn that throws it to you, but sometimes it's bugged and you can't actually catch them. That's really annoying. I really dislike that one. But hopefully on this map it's not bugged. We can actually do it correctly. I got my first legendary and I'm curious to see how a veteran does it from the scratch. This is great content. Perfect, yeah. Happy to hear that. More to come. Nice, we got the event as well. Very good. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm trying to be quite efficient, but I will also try to make it somewhat like entertaining and helpful for new players as well, and not only like do it speedrunning, so to say. But I think it's a nice challenge, and to be honest, it's also a challenge that is not too boring for me to do, because obviously a legendary is something that a lot of people, even veterans, like to go for. So why not? Oh, we are almost done. We need a little bit more. And then there's this annoying with the ice worms and stuff. Oh no. There we go. We did it. There's a hero point. We can't get out of oh, we almost made it. Okay, then we have to walk. No. That's why I really like to have blink. It's just a nice, like just getting out of combat skill. Ooh, there are like actually a lot of enemies. Now we have to be a little bit careful, even in the low map. Just don't want to die here. Okay, this was like a non-issue. They died so fast. Yeah, you see the damage. You outscaled it so easily. You know, I'm not even like having any ascended gear or anything. I'm just losing like the gear that I got from leveling. And you can see how much damage I do. It's crazy. Let me out of combat, please. Please. Thanks. Very good. Is Willbender DPS mostly? Yes, Willbender is mostly DPS. It also has some kind of support capabilities. You can play a heal Alacrity Willbender. I actually made a guide about it on my YouTube channel. But it's definitely something that is focused towards DPS. It's not something that is clearly made for support like Firebrand, for example. Don't get me wrong, Firebrand is obviously also really, really nice as a DPS build, but Willbender is way more focused towards that for sure. Especially in competitive modes, there it's only, like absolutely only as a DPS build. Ah, kebab is like an overview term. Okay, interesting. Good to know. Makes sense then. Good to know. You always learn something new. Thanks for telling me. Let's catch up on chat quickly. Do you think the warrior class fell off over the years? Yes, absolutely. I think warrior is, don't get me wrong, warrior is underrated. Specifically, heal warrior in PvE as quickness berserker is actually very like underrated, but it is, the DPS versions and stuff are definitely worse than they used to be. You see, I was standing there, it didn't work. That's bugged. Yeah, but I think warrior needs some kind of like general buff, especially like greatsword or the DPS variants needs some kind of more utility in there to make it actually useful. Again, don't get me wrong, it's actually really good DPS. It's really decent in terms of like what it can do, but it is just outclassed in so many ways from other classes. And this is just sad to see because warrior is a fun class in my opinion. A lot of people like it, but it just feels a little bit worse to play it a lot of the times. And I hope they will buff it with the next balance patch. I already hoped that last balance patch, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? Here we go, we get some more. And to talk to this guy, I guess. And drink the worm tincture, okay. And get some more kicks, I guess. Ooh, there is a worm. Okay, there's another one. This is the easiest for me. Always killing enemies. That's what I like. Not going for any keks or something. It's boring. If you weren't limited by the Wizard's Vault choice of 3, which weapon would you go first for Mesmer? Yeah, Spear is good. Yeah, probably Spear, if you want to play a power Mesmer. If you like a support Mesmer, I would probably go for Rival. Rival is amazing, but you would only play it on a like support. So I would probably, you're right there, probably Spear. Yeah, Spear is really good on all kind of power-based Mesmers. Yeah, I think Spear is in general one of the best legendaries to go for in, like completely without any like question, because you can use it on all 9 classes and all of them are actually really good. So it's just overall a really, really good thing to have. Legendary Spear, why not? But it's not in the Legendary Starter Kit right now, so I might not go for it. We will see what I will go for. We will see. But this is a question that is like almost at the end, of course. I first have to farm all the gold and get the map completion going. Why does this not work? Wake up. There we go. Yeah. So, that's my tip there. Yeah, you can also do the Amulet one. Yes, that is correct. The Amulet is an amazing legendary to get as well. The Prism, how is it called? The Prismatic Regalia or something. This is amazing. But it is, in my opinion, why this? Come on. It is way more grind than just getting the gold, in my opinion. Getting the gold for all the other stuff in the Wizards, or just the Wizards Vault, and getting the map completion while leveling is actually, in my opinion, the fastest way. That's why I'm going for it. But of course, you're right, the free legendary can be really good while doing the gold farm, for example, for this one, for sure. Wow, this quest is so annoyingly long without the kicks working properly. Okay, we will just kill some more worms and I hope we are done then. Yeah, it's so sad that they don't fix the hearts here in general. Like, this is the new player experience, you know? I get if you don't fix stuff that is like completely useless, no one plays anymore, but the new player experience should at least work to some extent so that people actually enjoy the new experience that they get and are not like completely frightened to get to harder content if the early game content is already quite buggy. Yeah, definitely sad, definitely sad. A little bit more. Few more. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. I think this should be enough. 3 should be enough. And the last one. No, we need one more. Oh. Where is it? Nice, it spawned on me. That's what we like. Very good. Finally done with this one. Annoying. Last time it felt like you could catch the ice kicks. Yeah, sometimes I actually don't know. Sometimes maybe it's just bugged on a specific map. Maybe it's like I'm just like skill issue. I'm not able to catch the kicks. I don't know. It just feels really bad this hard. Yeah. The latest change for Warrior was a nerf. Yeah, it was a nerf. Yeah, what can I say? Warrior is in a weird spot for sure. I would really like to have some more like usable Warrior builds or more variety. But don't get me wrong, Heal Berserker is one of my favorite healer builds right now. But yeah, it's definitely, it needs some kind of help, all the other ones. And even Heal Berserker is not perfect. So yeah, Warrior is in a weird spot for sure. This is again just pressing F. This is the heart of pressing F all the time. And capturing some more Dolyaks, I guess. Changing main is frustrating in this game, losing all the back slots. Yeah, that can be painful, that is true. But other than that, you can actually get your legendary gear, you can get your ascended gear even then, stuff like that. So it's actually, in my opinion, there are a lot of ways why this actually is surprisingly easy. But you're right, the back slots can be painful, but you can transfer your bags. So if you have 32 slot bags, you can transfer them. So that could be a way to do it. But of course, if you bought back slot expansions, those can be not transferred, at least after you consumed them. So yeah, can be a little bit annoying. So just double check before using any back slots if you really want to use them on the specific character, or if there's another character that you might you might want to use it in the future. Yeah. Your simple build guides have helped me a lot as a new player. Is Power Virtuoso playable without Spear? Yes, you can play Power Virtuoso without Spear. You just play Power Virtuoso with Dagger Sword, and in the other hand, you play it with Greatsword. And it's a very, very capable build as well. Has nice DPS. Might not have as much DPS as the Spear, but therefore it has very much range in there, which is obviously also a good point. So I would say, for sure, playable. Yes. So, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, you can also play Focus if you wanted to, but I personally really like the Sword offhand because it has nice block and evade in there. The Focus is really good if you need a pull, for example, in Fractals can be good. but there are many ways to play it. It doesn't really matter too much. You can even go for sword main hand. It's also decent. Dagger is just a little bit more range and a little bit more damage, but still worth it. I'm in Warrior, but I'm planning to hop over to Guardian as they are much better in raids. Yeah, Guardian is really, really good. It's just very flexible. Before Mesmer was the favorite child, starting like 2-3 years ago, Guardian was like always the favorite child of ArenaNet. So not a bad choice for sure. Do you think I should swap to Guardian? I mean, if you enjoy the class fantasy, I think you have more flexibility than on Warrior for sure. But you have to like it as well. And you also have to commit to it. You can't just play it and say, this will work. You have to also commit and learn some new stuff, get the inventory and all that stuff set up if you need that. So yeah, there are some negatives as well. But I personally think one of the best parts about Guild Wars 2 is trying out new classes. So that's my advice all the time. If you like it, go for it. There are no enemies here. Come on, I just want to kill some enemies and I actually get the quest done. But they are all gone. Not good. What's this? Okay, hero challenge. Very good. Why is this guy invulnerable? Are treasure kits worthwhile? They could be worthwhile. I don't engage with them ever because I don't like the idea of that. Or I did not the idea, but the gameplay of it. But if you like this kind of content, it's a solo gold farm that you can use the treasure kits in. It can be worthwhile. It's definitely a decent gold that you can get there. But I personally think it's not worth the time. At least not for me. Now there are some mobs respawned. That's good. There we go. It will take a while. What's your favorite gold farm? Oh, that's a good question. I think my favorite gold farm is fractals. I really like to do fractal CMs, fractal tier 4s and stuff because they give just a very nice gold amount. It's like 70 gold per day or like 80 gold, even higher, depending on what kind of dailies they are. And you just need 1.5 hours for all the CMs and the tier 4 fractals if you have a good group. It's just a very, very nice gold farm in my opinion because it's very active. I like active gold farms, but it's not for everyone. I can see that. And you also have to have a decent group. You can't just do the CMs with a newbie group, so to say, because you will probably die all the time and will take forever to actually get it done. But I personally really like fractals. Always my go-to gold farm. And if you want to relax a lot, I actually like fishing. Yeah, I actually think fishing is a very, very good gold farm and very underrated. Why is that? Because you can do it 24/7. So whenever you just have downtime, you can go fishing and you actually get decent gold per hour with that. You get 50 gold per hour if you do it correctly, which is a really nice number for a gold farm that you can do 24/7. So I really like to recommend that. Yeah. What are you going to play at level 80? I'm playing probably Heal Chronomancer. That will probably be my go-to option. But if the healing is already covered, then I will probably play DPS Chronomancer or something like that, or DPS Virtuoso. We will see. We will see. What is the overlay you are using? This is... Yes, I have a video about it. You can just type !mouse, I think, in the Twitch chat. Or on YouTube, you can just go and check it out. It's called Blish Hut. And I have a guide about Blish Hut as well. And this is the overlay that I'm using here to see my map paths, so to say, where to go. And it helps me to not concentrate too much on the map exploration while also having a somewhat efficient path and talking to you meanwhile. So it's called Blish Hut. Here's the name, you can see it. And I'm using in there the, where is it? Pathing module. This is the thing that is showing the lines. Pathing module. I have a video guide about how to set it up and what else you can do with it. And you should check it out if you like it. But like I said, for a new player, I would not necessarily recommend following the trail because you want to explore and want to experience it the first time, which is way more interesting than if you are like following a line all the time and like you never see what actually is on your screen, just following a line blindly. That's a little bit boring. For the first time at least. I'm killing some dredge here. Very good. Is Tempest with Scepter Dagger good for raids? Yes, very much so. It's actually a very, very high DPS build. One of the highest DPS builds right now, yeah. If you enjoy it, go for it. And it has so many like builds with it. You can go for a power build, you can go for a condi build, you can go for a healing build with it actually. So there's so many ways to play Tempest, even with this specific weapon setup. It's actually really fun. So yeah, good choice there. Yeah, Inferno build is also nice. The Bloodstone Relic is obviously increasing your DPS a lot, but you can easily go for Fireworks until then, and you actually have a decent time there as well. So yeah, that's my tip. You don't have to have the Bloodstone Relic. Of course, it increases your DPS, but you can easily go for Bloodstone Relic, take a little bit of DPS loss, and can play it right now. Yeah. So to say, the alternative, slightly less DPS version. Yeah, if you didn't do them, I think I would just throw them away. I really, if you have a stack of them, just throw them away, or just throw them away earlier than that. I don't like those treasure hunting kits. I think they're completely like useless. It's old content. I don't want to engage with that because it's not that fun in my opinion. Are CM fractals really that much harder than tier 4s? No, they are not that much harder. They are just a little bit more punishing. So if you have groups or a specific player only actually in a group that doesn't know how to deal with the mechanics, they might die and you might have to reset the fight. And that's obviously really bad. In tier 4 fractals, that's typically you can easily handle that if someone dies. But in some CMs, if the ally dies, you have to reset. And that's obviously really painful. So I would say, yes, tier 4 fractals and CMs are not that much different, but it's a little bit more punishing. This is the main difficulty. But yeah, I would say try it out and find out for yourself if you like it. I personally like to do them. They are way more engaging than like doing like aquatic ruins or something and just swimming through like some kind of dark area for 5 minutes. That's just boring to me. But yeah, that's like just my opinion there. Okay. Slowly but surely, 26%. So how late is it? Okay, we have like 2 hours of stream. Let's see how far we can get. My goal was 35% today. I'm not sure if we can get that, to be honest. That was ambitious, maybe. We will see. Takes a while. I'm actually quite slow on some of the hearts, but the trail apes. This is one of the most fun ones. You can talk to them. And then there is a specific one. I have to get the other one. So how is that working? There is a specific like rule to do this. There we go. Pick up loose ore. Where is it? Loose ore. No, I wanted to see it. Give it back. Okay, loose ore. And then I have 2. Nah, I don't know. I have to get the other one. I don't know it. Because there is a specific like thing to do it. And then you can trade them. And you actually don't have to kill the rock dogs or something. It's actually a quite fun quest. You can trade one thing for the other thing. And you get more value from one of the Jotuns. It's actually quite fun quest design, to be honest. But, you know, why do that if you can kill some rock dogs? Very good. Let's answer some more questions. You fish the dailies or do you know the hotspots? So yes, the dailies for fishing is obviously also good. I like to do that as well. But to get 50 gold per hour, you would just complete over and over the same route in specific maps. I have a specific fishing guide. You can check it out on my YouTube channel where I tell you how to do it, how to have the perfect setup for your fish and the lure and that kind of stuff, while also farming the maps. So there are 2 specific maps. One of them is during nighttime, one of them is during the daytime, and you would just go over and over and farm the same fishing spots. And it's very lucrative if you have the perfect gear or the knowledge of how to do it. Yeah. Would recommend it if you like this kind of playstyle. Of course, it's not for everyone because it's quite passive, you know. I like to do that if I just want to relax, maybe watch something on my second monitor. And then it's a very, very relaxed, laid back type of gold farm. but I can definitely see why people want to have more active gold farms, and then I recommend fractals. Yeah, even if you don't do the challenge modes, it's actually very worthwhile. So wait for some more rock dogs, and then we can finish this quest. Verdant Brink. Pre-meta usually has a good squad going. Yeah, true. Verdant Brink also. There are so many gold farms. Like there are at least 100 gold farms in the game that I would say actually worthwhile doing. You just have to find one that you actually enjoy. And you can also mix and match. That's what I always recommend. Mix and matching. So that you actually have something that you do that is fun today. Maybe you do something different that you find fun tomorrow. That's my big tip there. Don't stick too much with the same stuff if you might burn out because of that. It's really important. Burning out is the worst gold farm that you can do. Just straight up. What do you think about this video idea? Briefly categorizing every weapon in the game. For example, Spear is power on these classes, Condi on these, or Necrostegative Smite. So I actually have a video series like somewhat like that, where I talk about how specific weapons for each class. So I'm starting, for example, on Elementalist, and I talk about each specific weapon skill on all the weapons, yeah, on Elementalist. And I cover this in a specific video, and I cover all of the weapons of Elementalist, all of them, every single one of them. And then in the next video, I cover every single one of the Necromancer weapons. So I'm not going over a specific weapon and go over all the classes, but I'm doing it, so to say, the other way around. So be sure to check it out if you haven't already. And it's on the YouTube channel. I have a full series for every single class, every single weapon going through. Yeah, it's really fun, and I like that, to theory craft and discuss all the weapons, debate it, and tell you when they are good, when you should actually change them and stuff. Yeah, I like that. I think you can change the arrows how they look, yes, but I don't know. I don't care. I'm just following the trail. It doesn't matter to me how they look. And there are different trails and different marker sets. So this is just the Taggets one. I used the reactive one earlier. That it was blue markers. Just change to whatever you like, and it doesn't really matter too much for me. Just trying to complete the map. There. Oh, that was close. But yeah. I always forget that I don't have gliding. You know, gliding is such a basic feature, and I always forget it. It's that I don't have that yet. You have to have some masteries unlocked for that one, or only one mastery, but you have to have any mastery first. Yeah. I want to fish in fractals. That's possible? No, not as far as I know. Fractals don't have any fish in there. And fractals are really just for the content. As far as I know, there's not a single fish in there. Yeah. I missed the quest and something I missed. Yeah, exactly. I missed a few parts. Multiple quests, actually. Okay, I'm actually already at the correct place. I missed one thing here, and then I missed 3 quests. That's not too good. Yeah, exactly. Queuing for PvP, and in the downtime you can fish. That's good. Yeah, that's amazing usage of your time, for sure. Where is the last one? It's up here. Or maybe I can jump and use the Raptor Champ to get there, to cheese a little bit. Oh, that was way too close to comfort, but I made it. Very good. And where are the last quests? Deactivate the pathing module and check where the quests are. So if you want to see where a specific thing is that you missed on the map, you can just hover over the specific thing and it will highlight it with this like glow. So there is one, and there are 2, and I know, okay, I can go there and get the last quest. This is very helpful. Of course, you have to have uncovered the location of the map. So if you have never seen the heart and were never there before, you can't see it. But if you are somewhere in the vicinity, you actually see it. So it can be really helpful. I like to use it a lot. So just hovering over the legend of the map, and you will see where it needs to be done. Thing about fishing is that it's very RNG. Yes and no. Of course, if you are going for 10 minutes, it can be very RNG what you will get. But if you're going for like 2 hours and then you average over that, and then you're going for 2 more hours tomorrow and you average over that, then you will always make profit that is roughly between 40 and 50 gold if you follow the rules that I mentioned in the video, that the guide video, yeah. So this is for me something that I always meant to mention. Yes, of course, if a single specific day, if you farm for 1 hour, can be less profit than the last day. But if you average over multiple days, multiple hours, you will always get profit that is similar to this. It's actually not that much RNG in the long run. Or it's none at all, actually, because it will average out. That's just how RNG works. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. There's another one. Slowly getting there. So. No, they are killing them too fast. No. The high-level players always stealing my kills. Not good. And a few more, and then we have this quest and 2 more to go. I think the easiest gold farm I've jumped into is returning Dragonfall. Yeah, Dragonfall is amazing for gold farming. It was once upon a time the absolute best gold farm without a question asked, but it's nowadays still a very good gold farm, but it's not the best anymore. It's a fun gold farm. I like it because it gives a lot of volatile magic, which you can use to get tier 6 materials. So if you need that for legendaries, that's good. You can also sell them, of course, good gold power. I like it, but it's not for everyone. Some people really like this, like consistently killing this boring dragon fight. So some people really dislike that, but I personally don't mind it too much. There we go. Now we get the other 2 quests. Are you doing all CMs? Yes. I don't like all of them. Don't get me wrong. Some of them are a little bit boring or not that exciting to do. But when I do fractal CMs, I do all of them, yes. Why is that? Because they are just quite fast and all of them give decent gold. So it's just a waste if you would not do them, if you can stand them to some extent. I agree, some of them are really annoying to do, or not really, but somewhat annoying to do, especially with bad groups. But if you do it decently fast, I actually think it's not too bad. Yeah, especially if you have a very good group with the Lonely Tower one or the Silent Surf one, they're actually okay. And especially Lonely Tower can be quite fast if you actually know what you're doing. It's just that in slow groups it can take forever and you wipe 3 times and then it's just not good and you just should skip it at this point. But if you know what you're doing, it's actually quite fast, yeah. I might as well have been a new player because I stopped playing about 2 months after launch. Welcome back then, welcome back. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff to explore. The game has been growing ever since and it's a good game, I would say, very good game. Oh, this takes forever. I really want to get this, like, there are some more camps of more Son of Swanee around, so maybe I can get those. Get some more gold out, or more, like, reward. Yeah, look at this, this gives way more than killing those elementals. Just stop it. Why are you running? Stop it. Very good. And then we can kill this Son of Swanee here. And 500 greatsword kills already. That's insane, you know? Is that not already like 10% already of the thing? That's crazy. That's insane. So many greatsword kills already. I guess I kill a lot of enemies with the greatsword. Entering EOD automatically gives you gliding? Interesting. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. But I think I need to be level 80, you know? I can't do that. And I don't have EOD unlocked anyway. Wait, there is a roadblock and I don't have the quest. No. There's the other part of the quest. Come on. Where's the quest? Come on. Pop up, please. There we go. Because those road markers actually give a lot of experience for the quest. So we really want to kill those all the time. Once you hit 80, are you going to unlock gliding first? Yes, absolutely. As soon as I hit level 80, I will go for the gliding. And then probably auto loot. Those 2 are probably by far the most important ones to me. Because they are just... No, don't kill them. Very good. Yeah. Those are the most important ones. Auto loot and gliding, and then maybe some mount ones. We will see. The fractal ones probably also for some more gold gain and just more fractal clearing efficiency. But yeah, definitely a lot of stuff to get after reaching level 80, for sure. So there are some more spawning here. Very good, very good. And then we are done with this one, and then we need one more quest. One more quest after this. And then we are done with the snowy area and can go to the Char starting zone. I think the Char starting zone is actually one of the better ones to complete. Doesn't take that long. Okay, the last one was here. Let's go backtrack a bit. And kill some enemies. There's another roadblock, very good. And maybe we get some reses here. Wait, don't rest without me. Nice, we got something. And a little bit more. Okay, let's catch up on chat. Yeah, Palavadan is really good as well. It's not like the most active anymore, but if you can find a group, it's actually really, really good. True, good point. Are you open to doing CMs with viewers as a content? Yeah, I will actually do that. When I reach level 80, I will actually do that stuff, yeah. Or when I get enough agony resistance, I will do that. I always looking for people in my Discord. If you want to have a training for those specific fractals, just ask on my Discord server. I actually have always people that are looking for that, and I can't find enough to fill the group with. I really wanted to do some CM fractal trainings. But if I don't find enough people, I can't do it, of course. Or I don't want to do it with pucks. So I would recommend just joining my Discord if you have that and ask there, and we will find enough and we will set it up. Yeah. So it depends a bit. You can just check out Fast Farming Community website. They have really good guides for what is the best gold farms per hour. There are a lot of good gold farms right now. And I think Dragonfall is still in the top. But it's not the best, I think. It's not the best. There we go. We completed it, finally. Now we can go to the next map. The next map is... How is it called? Plains of Ashford. That's the one. Okay. And we are level 36. Okay, let's clean the inventory. And equip some new stuff, I guess. And not this one. Ooh, that has a lot of damage. Okay. Not this one. I don't want to have condition damage. This is... Oh, this is medium. Okay. It's medium as well. That's heavy. No. So if you're light armor class, obviously you can only equip light armor things. And all the other stuff you just can either sell or salvage. You can right-click salvage kits, and you can just salvage all fine or all masterwork gear and lower. For leveling, I would always recommend getting the basic salvage kit and saving all masterworks or lower, and then you confirm, and then you can clean up your inventory that way. Always consume the luck and sell the trophies if you find any merchant. But for now, I will just go and complete some more map. Welcome, Slava, welcome. Thank you for a really nice stream. I'm a complete beginner and cannot decide between Chronomancer, Firebrand, and Spectre offensive support. What can you say about those ones for a beginner? So, I would not recommend Firebrand, because Firebrand is a really good offensive supporter, but it's one of the hardest builds to play in the game. Not necessarily for tryhard players, but for new players, it's one of the hardest builds, because it's somewhat like you have to position correctly, you have to use the skills at the correct time, while also using the rotation somewhat correctly and taking care of mechanics, so it's definitely not the easiest one. Chronomancer, on the other hand, I think DPS Chronomancer or offensive support Chronomancer is actually quite decent. I would say it's medium difficult and medium good. It's actually quite good. But it's also not that hard to learn. I think I would recommend that one. Spectre is, I would say, easier than Chronomancer to learn, but is a Condi build and therefore not as good as a power DPS, for example, on Chronomancer. So I would actually recommend Chronomancer probably for most people, but you should pick what you enjoy. The difficulty should not keep you from playing a specific class. If you enjoy a specific class very much, you should just go for it. It's really like, you will learn it at some point. Yeah, don't worry too much about difficulty. There are easy builds for all classes, even Firebrand. Just try it. If you like it, go for it. But I would say if you have no preference, go for probably Chronomancer, I would recommend. It's also quite good in open world. And you can switch between alacrity and quickness, which is always a a big plus. Yeah, I don't do meta trains that often anymore because I'm just like, I have to be honest, like, let's do a little bit of history time, yeah? So I started my Guild Wars 2 content creation journey pretty much exactly a year and a month ago. Yeah, pretty much exactly. So like 13 months ago. And before that, the main thing that I did in Guild Wars 2, like almost exclusively, was doing gold farming via trading posts, via making like some spreadsheeting and that kind of stuff. And at some point I thought, now, why not make some kind of content for Guild Wars 2 players about just understanding how the game works, just making interesting YouTube videos, content, maybe on Twitch as well, stuff like that. And this completely shifted what I do in Guild Wars 2. Nowadays, I'm just like playing the game for fun. I don't really play for gold anymore. And I just try to make content about it. So that means that I never do anything for gold anymore, and that includes meta trains. It's like, yes, I do them if I have some fun and want to try some new builds, but I typically don't do them. Yeah, I that's the honest answer there. You're playing Living Worlds Season 3, and I forgot how much of a big baby bitch Braham was. Yeah, Braham is not what a lot of people like. That is true. That is true. Yes, I have a Discord server, yes. Actually, it's quite a long time ago already I started that one, so you can check it out, of course, yeah. The link to it is, of course, always in the Twitch stream or in the YouTube stream description and under all my videos on YouTube as well. So just check it out there and you should be able to join. And if you have any questions when I'm not online, you can just ask there and I will either get back to you or someone else that is friendly in the community will also help there. Don't worry, there's always someone. And if you have some events like raid trainings or fractal CM trainings or something like that going on, they're also always announced there. So good place to be. Don't miss it out, yeah. Yeah, I'm always happy to answer. Don't worry. If you have any questions, just continue asking. Yeah. What's the best way to improve DPS rotation? I don't love hitting golems and you don't have to do mechanics, but do you find value in golem training? So the thing is, that's a really big problem that I hear a lot. That new players say, it's so boring grinding at the golem, yeah? And they really want to go in the open world and stuff. I have a specific video, I'm not joking, a specific video where I talk about what you should do to improve your rotation. You can check that out on my YouTube channel. It's something called How to Improve at Your Rotation or something, and you can find it. I think it's a really nice, concise video to help you improve at it. Let's give you the short answer here. If you want to get over 80% of the benchmark on a real or like get the real damage numbers in a real fight or make a good 80% benchmark, then the only way to get this is testing it on the golem. Because only there you have a very in a vacuum environment, yeah? So you can't make it so that you actually have a perfect setup in the open world. This is just not gonna happen. Oftentimes you're missing alacrity, you're missing quickness. It's really hard to get this perfectly, yeah? And that's why I would say in a real scenario, you should really aim for the highest DPS possible, but getting the perfect rotation down is probably only possible if you are training on the golem. Even if you find it boring, I think getting to at least 60%, you should actually stay on the golem. And if you did that, then maybe you can say, okay, no, I go into actual content. But this is really, I would highly recommend going and training on the golem if you really want to go for learning the DPS rotations perfectly. That's the sad answer there. Hope that makes sense. Yes, I have like almost all the legendaries. I think I'm missing like 7 or something legendaries in the game. Other than that, I have all of them. And I have a lot of skins unlocked. That is true on my main account. But that's why I'm starting from scratch now. And that's like something new. Yeah. And it's a good way to teach you and like learn something new about the game as well. So it's good. Are you going to be making Zero to Hero as videos? Yes. There will be my first video coming up tomorrow. Yes. It's a nice, so to say, the whole journey is on stream. You can see it on YouTube as a stream or on Twitch as a stream. And I will, of course, make some concise videos about it as well as a edited YouTube video every now and then, probably once, twice, maybe thrice a week, something like that. But yeah, definitely coming to YouTube as well. So we are getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Where are we? 28%. Not bad. But I think the 35% today might be a little bit of a stretch. But we will see. We will see. It's a little bit of a long way to do all the quests. It's actually, it feels always a little bit painful to do all this, like, I don't know, 19, 20 quests on a beginner map. Ooh, that takes so long. Yeah, exactly. Barvanivos is apparently the best gold farm. I was about to say that, but I was not completely sure. I didn't want to spread any misinformation because I was not sure if that's still the case. But yeah, it's a good gold farming map. But of course, you always have to take it a little bit with a grain of salt, because that means that you have to convert your currency that you get there into gold. And of course, if a lot of people do that as well, then that takes a while to sell, or might in general just be something that is a little bit like not the easiest to liquidate. But definitely, if you can do that consistently, very good gold farm for sure. So nice. You see, those quests I like those, you know, they're quite fast. You just kill some enemies and you get the progression and you are done. I was only hitting like 20k in Iceblood Saga stage, but a build made for open world, step and ages instead of more damage. Yeah, I mean, don't worry too much about the build. If the build you like and it's good, sure, go for it. But I would always recommend, if you want to compare how much damage you do, try it on the golem and see it there. Because in a real fight, yes, there are mechanics, but don't forget, in a real fight, mechanics typically happen to all the players. So if you're a player that does 20k DPS in a real fight and you do 25k DPS on the golem, and someone else does 40k on the golem and in a real fight does 30k DPS, then it's still better to play this full DPS build, even if you don't reach the full damage number. I hope that makes sense, because both of them suffer from the same mechanic problem, so to say, that you have to deal with boss mechanics or phases and stuff. But yeah, sure, if you do easy content, it is not that important that you have the most try-hard build. Sure. And sometimes it's even better to bring some stability and ages, especially if you're support build, because you are, after all, helping your teammates with that. If your DPS is a little bit lower, don't worry too much. If you can help your party and 5 people are not getting CC'd and therefore you deal as 5-person group more damage, that's a win for you, for sure. So that's correct. Thinking only about the efficiency factor and diversity of possible builds, how many characters would you have from each profession? So I personally have, on my main account, I have 70 characters. I think this is not necessary, but I personally like to have at least one build for one character for each class. And if you play multiple game modes, I would recommend going for at least one character for PvE and one character for World vs. World. Because then you can actually have the boost on the World vs. World character, you can have specific gear on this specific character and use the same or different build templates and stuff. And so I would say, for me personally, I think 18 characters is very helpful to have if you want to play all the builds and all the classes. But you can go as crazy and go as me and say 70 is not enough. Yeah, sure, that can also work. Other than Guild Wars 2, are there any other games that you enjoy lately? I actually enjoy Warframe right now a little bit off stream. I'm not that good, of course. I don't play it like to that level that I play Guild Wars 2, but I enjoy it, and that's what I play off stream sometimes. But I have to be honest, I put a lot of effort in my content creation. You know, if you noticed, I'm uploading a video every single day on YouTube. I'm streaming like quite a lot. It's a high time investment, so I don't have that much time off stream that I can do. So yeah, and this is obviously not my full job. Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely enjoying some stuff off stream, but it's not as much as I maybe would have liked. But I mean, after all, this is my hobby and my passion, I guess. So I don't mind. I don't mind that. Hope to understand that. Yeah, the infiltration hearts, horrible. Yeah, I can just always, I always have to bring that up again. We will get to this, I think, in like maybe 10 maps or something. Will be horrible. Like, will be very, very painful. At least there's only one in this of Guild Wars 2, so that's not that bad. I managed to win one multiple times with people doing like 15, 25k DPS on Golem. Yeah, sure. If you do the mechanics, that's completely fine. You know, the DPS does not matter. If everyone is doing the mechanics, you will clear the boss. Might take a little bit longer, but you will clear it. Sure. Just saying, it's not that hard to actually reach high damage numbers. If you get them on the Golem, you will probably reach them in a real fight as well. You just have to be a bit more like patient and train it on the Golem. But I can definitely understand that you don't have to have perfect DPS to clear bosses in Guild Wars 2. That's not how it's designed. Exactly. Mechanics are way more important. I don't know what to do with my 5 level 80 boosts. It's taking my shared inventory space. So if you don't want to level any other characters with the level 80 boost, my recommendation is use it on any character, because you can still use it after you get level 80 and you will get free celestial gear. So if you free exotic celestial gear, if you don't have ascended celestial yet, you can get that this way, and you get some nice food and stuff as well. And other than that, maybe level another old character if you wanted to. But yeah, it's level 80 boosts don't have that much value. I also have like 2 on my main account lying around, so it's definitely not the most like lucrative thing to use. But I guess before you waste your inventory space or the shared inventory space with this, why not just use it and get some gear or some loot? Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of rumors about my real life occupation for sure, but I also have some weird people believing that I do some not that legal things, but that's obviously not true, because I once opened 2,000 blackline chests and people didn't believe that I got this gold in the game. So people made some rumors about it, but it's obviously not true. I'm farming my gold in game. That's the main thing that I did. And I can tell you, if you want to see a very interesting watch, be sure to watch the 2000 blackline key opening. That's something that you will remember. Yeah, I can tell you that. Okay, we are done here. Very good. And I can't jump because I don't have gliding. I have to remind myself, don't jump, you don't have gliding. Okay. And there's the path. Yeah, there's so much content to clear in Guild Wars 2, it's actually crazy. There we go, level 37. Nice. Nice. Slowly but surely we are getting to level 80. Don't forget the first zones are always 1 to 15, so my experience gain is way lower than I would go higher maps, but I just want to complete all the maps, so it doesn't matter to me which one I start first. This is the last starting map though, so not too bad. How can I get the spear really fast? I mean, you have to buy Chancevalds, of course, and then you can either go and just complete the first story mission. I think that's the only one that you need. That's the thing. You can easily just go to the story channel, like the star icon, and say, okay, Chancevalds, prologue, and start it, even if you did not do any other story, and then you can unlock it. Or you go to World vs. World and buy it there. But in World vs. World, you also have to go to a vendor and do it there. So if you don't play World vs. World, or you have not done it yet, that is also not perfect. That's just there. It takes a little bit, but it's not too much effort. There are way more annoying things to get in the game than unlocking the spear. So yeah, it's not too bad. Can destroy the walls here as well. It's really funny. And very good. The wall is down. Oh, those are level 14 mobs. That's good. More damage, more experience. Okay. I'm obviously an engineer. Interesting. I like leveling my tunes and ults up so I can be familiar with how the class works. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very good thing to do if you want to learn a class, especially if you're not like completely new to, if you're rather new to the game. I think it's always worth it to say, okay, I want to learn the class step by step and not go for the class in a way that I say, okay, I get level to level 80 and then I have like every single skill all at once. That can be very overwhelming. So I definitely would say if you're a newish player, definitely the best choice to do it like that. And not say, oh, all at once level 80 boost can be worthwhile. But I personally think leveling a class, at least the first one, is definitely recommended to do it like that. And slowly but surely you will get there and learn the game in a slow-paced fashion. Okay, don't fall down. Don't want to do this jumping puzzle again. There we go. And kill some more mobs and then we are done with this map, or with this quest. Skyscale from Soto is worth it, or normal POF mounts enough? So if you don't have any Skyscale yet, I would recommend going for either Soto Skyscale or getting the Path of Fire Skyscale. But if you already have the Path of Fire Skyscale, I think it's not that urgent. Skyscale is absolutely broken in my opinion. It's probably the best mount in the game. So you should definitely try to get it if you don't have it yet. But you don't need both of the, how is it called, masteries for that. It is definitely a good thing to have both of them, don't get me wrong, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Yeah. One of them is good enough to get all the good stuff from the flying and from the just like game-breaking utility that it has. Skyscale absolutely, like really, really highly recommended. Especially for a new player, it allows you to just, so to say, cheat your way through very easy ways to getting vistas, getting like achievements done very fast. It's crazy how flexible this mount makes you. Yeah. Can I not take the one item to TP to a friend when he is there and do the mission of Chancevals? So you can do that, yes, but you still have to do the story mission for yourself. So if you don't have the story mission equipped yet, then you can't get it. You really have to do the, oh my god. You really have to do the story mission. That's the story mission is the thing. But yes, you could, if you want to get teleported there, sure. But I think the story mission starts in a map that is actually in Corteria. So the first story part brings you into the map. You don't have to be in the map. And you will also not unlock the spear just by teleporting to the specific map. This is not how it works. You have to get the story done there, I think. The add-on for the Mount Circle is exactly the same add-on that I'm using for the pathing. It's the Blish Hut. It's just a different module. The module is called Mounts and More. Yeah, and you can customize what kind of like mount you want to equip and what else. Yeah, it's really good. Recommended. But it's the same guide. So check out the same guide for the Blish Hut, and I explain it there as well how to get it. There we go. Slowly but surely. So if you want to try out classes in PvP with a spear, you can just equip the spear. So that's the funny thing. In PvP, it doesn't matter. If you have Chancevals expansion board, you can just go into PvP and equip the spear. You don't have to have it. Only in World vs. World and PvE you have to do it. In PvP, you can just play it. So PvP is really weird in that regard, but it's really comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, Skyscale, going back to old content that you usually use you didn't use the Skyscale yet. It's actually such a different experience. It's also for me the map exploration here. Before I did it without mounts, like before mounts existed, it was so much different. It was completely different. But now it's so much faster and so much, I don't know, less painful sometimes. You know, previously it was like Thief was the only class that was somewhat fast. Nowadays, it doesn't really matter because all classes can use mounts. Yeah, the pathing add-on is the Blish Hut, yes. How many characters would you have from each profession, thinking only about efficiency, PvE? It depends. If you want to spend some money on or gems on the equipment template, then if you have 9 builds and you are good with it, then you only need 1 per class. But if you need more than 1 character for 18 build templates, for example, then you have to have 2. Yeah. So I personally think 1 of them is enough for each game mode for me. But I use them mostly for storage. So the thing is, I use my character for storage. I have a lot of characters with 32 slot bags that I just use and never play. I'm just like putting some stuff there that I save up. this is how I manage my inventories and keep them clean. Yeah, they are all sorted and nicely like registered in a spreadsheet where's everything and stuff, but you don't have to go that crazy, to be honest. Yeah. So for the pathing, I installed a lot of them. Right now I'm using Tekkit. Yeah, Tekkit's guide is a nice one, but there are many ones that you can use, as you can see here. Yeah, Tekkit one is the one that I recommend right now because it has a barefoot option, which is obviously really good for me. I want to just walk around and don't want to use sky scale because I don't have it. So this is the barefoot option by Tekkit. Yes. Yeah, definitely. The elite specs help a lot. It's not only the mounts, but it's also like if you have elite specs that give you quickness to kill mobs faster, or if you have, for example, previously we didn't have this like that you could unlock all the hero points instantly if you played some World versus World. Stuff like that makes it so much faster. But this is some kind of middle ground. I'm using Raptor only, and I don't have any elite specs, and I don't have any hero points unlocked already, so it takes quite a bit longer. Yeah, but it's still okay. Still okay. Still not the worst one. Because I have the mount and I can move a little bit faster, and I have the pathing module that helps me to have a rather efficient route. So yeah, definitely good enough for me. And it's an interesting concept for talking about the game and explaining everything, because you can slowly get stuff to and explain it to new players. Because if I'm playing on a level 80 character and doing fractals or something, it might not be like that I notice directly what's the thing that I could explain, because there's so much new stuff. But if you're going for slow paced and you can explain everything that there is, it's probably the best way to explain it to a new player. But if you have any improvements that you might see here, let me know. I'm always happy to improve my stream and my content. So the last map completion I did was probably around 15 hours. Yeah, that's probably the way that a lot of people do it. I mean, the fastest, the record is something around 6 hours. For me personally, I'm always around, like, if I'm doing it very fast on my main account, I'm like 10 hours or something. But it's also very painful, to be honest. I am not enjoying it that much. I don't do it like regularly anymore because it is quite a grind. There we go. And continue. So 55% on this map, very good. We're getting somewhere. Nice, you did it in 3 days. I mean, I don't know how long your days were, but this is probably quite a grind for 10 days, yeah. Good job, good job. What is the point in doing it? So first of all, for me, it gives leveling experience. Currently, I'm level 37, and it will obviously go only higher because of that. Other than that, I need it for the legendary. So if you want to craft a legendary weapon for yourself and don't want to buy it from the trading post, which is more expensive, obviously, than if you would craft it yourself, then like getting the map completion is a must. Yeah. So that's why I'm doing it. That's obviously my goal. I want to get the map completion done for my legendary. That is the end goal for this first season of the Zero to Hero challenge. And therefore, I need the map completion. Yeah, core map is not for everyone. Yeah, it's definitely not the craziest new content for sure, or the best fresh content. It's a little bit dated to some extent, but I think it's actually not as bad as people always think it is. It's actually somewhat okay. It's just if you want to get it only for the reward at the end, it can be painful. But if you're going for it because you actually want to have some new experience or want to explain some stuff, it's actually not too bad. There are worse things to do, to be honest. Yeah, hearts are not for everyone. I'm agreeing with you. I think hearts, if they would remove hearts, for me personally, the map exploration would be actually quite fun. But the hearts, ooh, not the best part of it. That much is for sure. Okay. Okay, good to know. Maybe I should go for the Alyssa one. But the problem is, does the Alyssa one have the map completion for without like mounts because like I don't have the mounts, you know. So sometimes like for me it would be a bit painful to go to the extra route if it's like with the sky scale in there. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm going for the other one. But maybe you're right. Maybe I should go for the other one. Yeah, the Ecto price is going down for sure, and they are already going down because they were at 50 or even higher. So how high are they now? Yeah, they're at 40, so they're already 10 silver down. So they will go even further down, I would guess, in the next week. We will see if they will stay that low or if there is some kind of legendary in the expansion coming or whatever that will drive the prices again up. I don't know. We will see. Definitely, for now, it will go down. That is my prediction. For now, it will go down. How can I sell stuff to Trading Post? I have account over 4 days. Yes, so in the beginning, if you bought the expansion or any expansion, you can purchase and sell items only after 7 days. This is because of botting. I also have 1 day left. So if you wait 7 days, you can actually interact with the Trading Post. Before that, it's very, very limited. So definitely just wait, and then you can just open the Trading Post menu here and then sell it. If you are a free-to-play account, you have even more restrictions, but I typically would recommend you, if you want to interact with the Trading Post, I would probably at some point buy the expansion. So hope that makes sense. Are stories like PUF and Heart of Thorns a must finish? So I would say they are only a must finish if you care about the story and the achievements. I personally would say, for me as a not really big story enjoyer, I just finished it for the achievements and to have it done, but they are not really like locking anything behind that. Yeah. So if you get to the Path of Fire maps and the Heart of Thorns maps, then you don't have to like do the story to get anything else typically. It's not like, I would not recommend to skip all the story if you at least want to know what's happening, but you can. It's not really locking you behind anything. In other MMOs, typically you have to do the main story to get, I don't know, specific parts of the UI unlocked or something like that. In Guild Wars 2, that's not the case. That's the story is something that you can easily skip, and I just do it once as a completionist. That's what I'm doing. So it's Blish Hut, the add-on. It's Blish Hut. I have a guide on my YouTube channel, and the pathing add-on is the thing that shows me the map, how it works, how I can see it. Give me some more. We need the... that's why. I was wondering why I'm not getting a map completion or the heart thing. I need to get the grenade kit from the guy. So let's kill this guy, and I think we need the grenade kit. Give me the grenade kit, my friend. There we go. And now I can throw it here and get very nice map the quest completion here. No. Yeah, free-to-play accounts have limitations. I personally would always say Guild Wars 2 is not a free-to-play game. It's more a free trial that you have, and the restrictions to like loosen them or just remove them, you have to buy the game, so to say, or any expansion. It doesn't cost that much, so I would say it's okay. Yeah, that would be cool if the hearts would be account-wide, but then the map completion would also be way faster after you did it once. I guess that's not what they wanted you to do. Can you suggest some more hardcore activities in Guild Wars 2 that are really fun? I mean, it depends what you already have done. I think raids can be really fun, of course. Raid CMs, fractal CMs, all that instance content CMs. If you want to do a lot of other hardcore stuff, I think in World vs. World you can go for some small-scale roaming or large-scale roaming, even if you wanted to. And what else can you do? Like Zerging, or GVG even if you want. And in PvP, of course, you can try to get the leaderboard high up. Or if you want to play PvP as a competitive game, you can play 5 vs 5 as a pre-made team in ATs. That can also work. But if you're talking about PvE, getting the hardest titles like Harvest Temple CM, Legendary Challenge mode of Ceres and Ura, the bosses of the raids and the strike missions, those can be really fun. Stuff like that. Other than that, if you have all of that done, then the Guild Wars 2 is all about like finding something that you have a nice goal and get that done. You can go for full legendary, that can also be a hardcore challenge, or going for all wardrobe items, that can be a very, very, very long goal. But yeah, find something that is like interesting for you. There is a lot of hardcore stuff that you can find, it's just not necessary in the game. Or mastery hunting, exactly, or achievement points, sure. I only like, I'm not a real like mastery or achievement point hunter. I have a decent amount of them just because I played quite a long time, but I am not a like crazy going for 50k AP. That's not really like that necessary to me, but yeah, I have some of them for sure. I have like 43k or something, so not too bad, but also not the best, of course. Yeah, I don't care about all of them because some of them are quite annoying and I don't like annoying stuff in the game. I skip stuff that is annoying me because I want to have fun in the game, and that's just what I'm doing, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Some of the masteries, like the Raptor, like the Spear, they are locked behind the story, but they are always very early in the story, so you don't have to complete the story. That's what I meant. If that makes sense now. Yeah, farming maps can be quite annoying. That is true if you don't like that, for sure. No, he dodged. Crazy. An NPC that dodges. Very good, we did it. Yeah, it's really like the story can be helpful to unlock some stuff, to get mastery points and stuff, to unlock the masteries, but you don't have to do the story. You can do the mastery points from anything else, yeah. I wouldn't say mandatory though. It's like you can get the first story mission and then you are done. You don't have to complete the whole story to get the masteries or something. But it's very easy to do it. I think if you going like really try hard and get all the story and skip all the cutscenes and stuff, the story is actually not that long in Guild Wars 2. It's not the longest story that I have played in any MMO, to be honest. What is the hardest PvE content? It's by far, I would say, Zeros CM and Harvest Temple CM and Ura, so the last raid boss of Ring 8 in Legendary Challenge mode. So they have, so to say, not a challenge mode, or they have a challenge mode, but they have a Legendary Challenge mode on top of that, which is even harder. Those are the hardest things to do in the game, I would say. But it's not for everyone. It's instant content. You have to find a group for that, and you also have to at least commit a little bit of time in trying to get the perfect rotation down and helping your allies understand like how this works and functions and stuff. So there is definitely stuff that you need to learn first. You can't just expect to go in the hardest content and make sure that you will kill it. It's definitely something that it needs a time to understand and play the game at a higher level than the casual player base in open world, for example. Yeah. But it's not that much. In Guild Wars 2, there is not like in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy where you have like crazy amounts of hard content coming each expansion. This is not that common. In Guild Wars 2, you get one boss per year. That's it. Which is not too bad, but it's also not too good, of course. How do you counter bunker allies with Mesmer Mirage? So you really try to line up your CC. So if you try to make them dodge, and as soon as they dodge twice, you know they probably have no dodge left, and then you stun them, and then you line up all your bursts. This is the classic Mesmer rotation, so force dodges until they don't have any dodges anymore, and then you burst them. This is how it works against every target. But yes, bunker allies can be really annoying in the current meta, because they're just very, I don't know, just annoying. Yeah. They're not that necessarily good, they're just really annoying. That's the problem. What's the best Mesmer for World vs. World? I have a guide actually on my YouTube channel that's probably more concise than I can give it to you here about what is very nice to get done in World vs. World to counter specific classes. Mesmer is one of them, so be sure to check that out. How to counter Mesmer, that's the name of it. You will probably find it quite easily. And really, I'm actually not sure when we got the weapons. I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure the Soto weapons, to be honest. also not the most. I think the problem is some of the Soto weapons are really bad, some of them are really good. So I personally think, yes, you are right, maybe the Soto actually is an exception, but I think, for example, Path of Fire or Heart of Thorns, you don't really have to engage with the story at all. Doesn't matter for your progression in the game, so to say. No, always happy to answer, always happy to answer. Mastery points for me, yes, I always have the highest mastery points just because this is typically improving my progression in the game. So I would not say, okay, I have the basic gliding unlocked, but I don't want to have ley line gliding. So I want to get all the mastery, like mastery points, masteries unlocked. But if I have, for example, any specific, like let's say we're going achievement, and I currently don't have this specific achievement with this mastery point unlocked, I don't care that much about it. But if it's like locking me behind something that I don't have, for example, getting the, I don't know, just an example, I don't have the Soto weapons unlocked, of course, that's what I would get first. Yeah, for sure. I'm recently tried doing some raids and I can't seem to go above 25k DPS in the training dummies. I'm full ascended with exotic weapons, playing core engineer rival. I'm going crazy. The thing is, you probably, first of all, core classes are obviously not the best for DPS typically, because elite specs are just typically higher DPS. So maybe if you have an expansion, you should maybe try out Mechanist or even Scrapper as a power DPS. They are just a little bit higher DPS. But other than that, I mean, the most important thing about rotations is being patient and training in the dummy, while also trying to be faster. That's one of the most important mistakes that a lot of people do when they train on the golem, is that they just use the attacks one after the other, but they have downtime in between those attacks, which leads to obviously lower DPS than you could have. So just first of all, I would recommend you to go to Snowcrows and check out their website for if you want to play the perfect build for core engineer as a DPS, or check out my YouTube channel for Mechanist as a DPS, and you will find a guide there about this as well with the rotation, and you can just follow the gear and the stuff, and then you follow the rotation and you should easily get on the golem 40k DPS. As a rival Mechanist, really easy, just pressing all the buttons of cooldown and you have 40k DPS. But of course only if you have Mechanist. Yeah. Yeah, Spellbreakers are also quite good. That's probably one of the next ones that I will bring up, is how to counter warriors or Spellbreakers, yeah. So you just buy the spear, like any spear in the PvP lobby, like the white spears, whatever you can buy at the vendor, and just equip it. That's it. You just equip it in the main hero panel, yeah, and it works. It's there. It's called. How is it called? I looked it up yesterday. It's called. Is it called Harpoon? I think it's called Harpoon, and it's a spear. It's the most confusing thing ever. But it's there. It's just called Harpoon and it's a spear. It's so bad. Whoever designed it, it's just like crazy. But yes, it's there. Yeah. Thanks. One more pull, by the way, for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for your support. Sorry that I didn't see it earlier, but just too focused on the stream. Thanks a lot. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard sometimes to find the right people to play it with. Actually, to be honest, that's probably for me, or in general, probably for most people, the hardest part in the game to get into specific content is actually finding the correct people. Yeah, not actually getting the content done, but finding the correct people to do it with. That's actually quite sad, yeah. Do you use the auto attack visual so you don't have the auto attack too early or have enough muscle memory? So if you want to, like, the auto attacks obviously is something that is very important to learn. So for example, this attack does the most damage in the last attack. So you really want to finish the auto attack chain. How do I do it? I just look at the icon. If I know the last icon is the thing that is actually important to finish, then I will always wait for this attack to happen. So I always look at this. Hope that was the question. Thanks a lot, Sixon. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the sub. Thanks for your support. Yeah, this is what I would do. Yeah. Yeah, core engineer is actually surprisingly good. That's why I'm not recommending to necessarily switch from it, because core engineer is surprisingly good. It's really surprising how good this one is. Yeah. Do you recommend for mastery points before prismatic? Yeah, I think mastery points you should always go for the one that you do the content anyway. Like if you do fractals, if you do open world and stuff, just get them passively. I would not grind them actively because there are so many nowadays to get them. Mastery points are actually not too bad. It depends a bit on what you actually enjoy doing. I personally don't like to do a specific story mission grinds over and over, so I skip those typically. But if I want to do some, I don't know, whatever achievements in the open world or stuff that is a little bit easier to do, then I will go for those. But it always depends what is easy for you. There are so many nowadays to actually get. Doesn't really matter which one. You will overcap anyway. Hope that makes sense. I think it's... We can check it out. Let me quickly kill this guy and then I will switch to my PvP character. And then we can check it out. So we are here and there's this vendor. And here at this vendor you go to Harpoon. Yeah. And this is a spear, you know. Read in the middle, it says two-handed, and above that it's a spear. What? It's called Berserker's Harpoon, but it's a spear. Yeah. So this one is it. Yeah. This is just like whoever like named that is crazy. But okay, that's how it is. Yeah, I really hope that with the core feature update we get some update to LFG. That would be amazing. But we will see. We will see. Is there any setting that would help me see mechanics better in raids? I feel like we all stacked in one place. There are skill effects thrown everywhere. I find it hard to see everything. So I would personally say for the like general graphic settings, I would always say go for whatever character model limit you can stand and your PC can handle. But I would always in PvE disable or check this box, whatever you mean, the check this box effect LOD. So if you don't have that, you see way crazy stuff. But if you activate it or whatever it's called, just check it, you actually see only the important stuff. I deactivate it only in competitive modes because it's really, really important to see all their text there. But I'm just like doing open world right now and playing PvP on this account, so it doesn't really matter too much. I always have it off, but like in raids and stuff, I would always check this box, always. It's really, really important. I have played some PvP tournaments, yes. Yes, I did. It's fun. It's fun, and it's actually also quite good gold per hour, but of course you have to be good enough to win and stuff, yeah. What do you think about Condi Reaper and PvP? It's really fun. I play it all the time. It's really good. It's not like the best build, but it's very fun to play, and it's also, I would say, definitely a high A tier for playing, I would say, in ranked, yeah. Yeah. For open world Spectre build, should I go for Hardstock build? Yeah, Hardstock is quite good for that, yeah. In general, like, nice, we have an event here, very good. Yeah, I would say Hardstock builds are not always the most up-to-date, but definitely a good choice. I would recommend going for Snowcrows builds as well, those are also very good. They are always up-to-date as well, or most of the time. But any build website actually works, Meta Battle, Guild Gen, there are so many. Just choose one of them and you will find a good build there. Or my YouTube channel, of course, if you want to have a YouTube guide. Just some safe promotion here, so that we can actually also get some YouTube views. Of course. There we go. 92%. We're just missing 4 hearts. Okay. You also have that already, okay? Yeah, I think personally, there are so many things about, like, it's just at some point you have to, the visual clutter, you just have to accept it and try to get like better at reading it and still seeing all the important text. So I personally like to always have my settings at least like at low or medium or higher than that, because if you put it to lowest, sometimes some mechanics actually disappear, which is obviously also not what you want to have. You don't want to have mechanics just disappear because you want to decrease the graphics settings. So this is really weird in Guild Wars 2, but it's definitely something that is something that you have to learn. It's not perfect. Visual clutter is an issue in all games that are like very like somewhat similar like Guild Wars. There is just so much happening on the screen, especially when the games gets older because there's more text coming in the game. It's just somewhat hard to make it perfect. It's just a sad truth. Oh, my inventory is almost full again. Oh, no. Okay, we're getting there. 4 more quests. 4 more quests. Where are we? 31%. Okay. So, where are the next few quests that we need to do? There's one. I run Condi Minion Reaper in open world. Seems slow. Yeah, power build is better in open world, I would say. Because power kills stuff faster in open world than Condi does typically. So Condi is just better and Condi Reaper power is better rather. And it's also, in my opinion, faster, more mobile. So check it out. You can run swords if you have that. You can run Reaper. Yeah, definitely fast. Not the fastest class though. It's just Necromancer. Necromancer is always somewhat slow. But definitely better than Condi for sure. I went like 13-3 my first match Condi Reaper, but the next few games I feel the damage is hard to finish people compared to Spear Mirage. Yes, Spear Mirage is obviously very aggressive and is probably an S tier build right now, but if you know what you're doing, you actually have always top DPS on Condi Reaper. Why is that? Because Condi Reaper is the team fighter, the slow build that puts out a lot of damage over time. So if you play it correctly, maybe I will, when I stream tomorrow or something, maybe I will play a PvP match or multiple ones for the Wizard's World and play a little bit of Condi Reaper on this specific account, and I can showcase how I mean to play this, because it's one of my all-time favorite builds actually to play in competitive modes, because it's really like very impactful if you know what you're doing. You can really outlast, out damage, out just anything if you're just kiting well enough. And doing damage meanwhile. It's really, really good. Can highly recommend it. With Guild Wars 3 being rumored, what would you like to see in it? Do you think we will have the player base to actually make it possible? So I think I have no information. That's the first thing that I want to mention here. I have nothing to base that on other than the job descriptions that the ArenaNet posted. And I made a whole video analyzing the job descriptions about it and stuff. But my guess would be that the game is not completely the same as Guild Wars. It's not a Guild Wars 2 clone. I think that's not that smart. You don't want to kill your own game by making another game. That's just not smart. I think it's probably something that is a little bit different, that fills somewhat the same player base, but has a different base audience as well. So I expect something that is more RPG driven, less like open world focused, because open world is something that Guild Wars 2 does very well. So they will just probably try to keep Guild Wars 2 the same game that it is, and this will be the open world game. And Guild Wars 3, in my opinion, would be something that is more RPG driven, like a multiplayer RPG, maybe something in the direction of Warframe, something in this direction, and way less interesting in regards to open world. That's my guess. But we will see. We will see. That's just a completely crazy guess at this point. No proofs of that. And it is years out, so if you're a new player, don't worry. Guild Wars 3 is rumored, we have no confirmation, and even if it would be confirmed, it would take years until it comes out. So don't worry too much. I bought Soto recently for the weapon mastery, so I could play with pistol and torch on my Reaper, and I must say the fact that I hit Platinum in Conquest playing with Scepter Dagger is even more impressive now. The interesting part is, like, if you give a like a good player, or really a decent player. Let's say you're a good player because you would not have hit Platinum otherwise, yeah? A build that is somewhat capable, you will get Platinum, you know? If you are a decent player, you will get Platinum on a Fire Weaver. No one plays Fire Weaver, but it's a decent build. It's not crazy, but it's a decent build. So if you are a good enough player, you will get Platinum. It doesn't really matter what kind of build you're playing, at least it's somewhat working, yeah? Hope that makes sense. So if you played a build that is slightly worse than the meta build and you got into Platinum, you will definitely get into Platinum with other builds as well, even if they are not Platinum. And that means that you just understood how PvP works and you can outskill your opponent. It's not about stats in PvP, it's more about understanding how the game mode works, how you can survive, how you can play. For sure. That's the whole thing. What's your favorite Necro build for Fractals? Yes, it's probably... For CMs, I really like to play, so for challenge modes, I really like to play Condition Harbinger. And for power builds, I would probably Power Reaper is probably the way to go. This is the rival. I don't like this one. So I talk to this guy. Give me the thing. And then we have to, what do we do? Capture if this is below 50%. Okay. Minotaurs and drakes. Where are they? There's a drake, very good. What is easier for a beginner in PvP, Chronomancer or Spectre? They're both not that easy. I would say probably Chronomancer, because Spectre is one of the builds where you have to play support and play defensive on top of that. Like playing defensive, playing aggressive, playing supportive, and roaming the map. It's so much in one package. I think Chronomancer is just very good as a support build, or quite good. And if you know what you're doing, then you can play this build a little bit easier than on Spectre, at least my opinion. But don't get me wrong, Spectre might be the harder carry build if you know what you're doing. Power Quick Harbinger is also very good, yes. But I personally like to play, if I play Necromancer, I play it as a DPS. I think I like to play Chronomancer way more as Harbinger as a support. Quickness Chronomancer, in my opinion, is better than Quickness Harbinger because it's in mostly puck, and pucking fractals is always like you want to play a build that can be flexible and carry your party by just being very flexible and having utility in the kit on top of the damage, and Harbinger doesn't have that, so I rather would have something that is a little bit nice with Boon Strip, Reflex and stuff like that. Hope that makes sense. No tracks here. Not good. Okay, we will get there. So I'm not doing free-to-play. This is, so to say, I bought some expansions, but not all of them. And I just want to showcase how to, I don't know, just get the first legendary, level your character, showcase how the game works and stuff like that. And not free-to-play though, because free-to-play is very restrictive, and I would not recommend to play free-to-play longer than just enjoying the game and see how it works for you, and then you play after a while, purchase the expansion and get the game. I think Guild Wars 2 is not really free to play, it's more a free trial in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know if there will be PvP or something in the upcoming, or in Guild Wars 3. I have no clue if it will ever come out. When it will come out, we don't know anything about it, at least I don't. So, nice, we did it. So that's just my educated guessing at this point. So where's the last heart here? There it is. Yeah, I guess you're right there, Machiwara. I think that's actually a very likely thing that we will get something that is a little bit more back to the roots, Guild Wars 1. I think that's actually not a bad guess. I actually really think so. So where is the heart? Okay, there. Welcome, Dubby. Welcome. I wish you make your goal to get the legend weapon in 2 months. Yeah, I think it's doable. I'm actually quite positive it's doable because I'm already at like 31% map completion on the second day. So looks quite like doable. And I also think that the gold gain with the Wizard's Vault is actually not that bad. Look at, I already have almost 8 gold. Like I'm not level 40 yet and I already have 8 gold. It's actually really, really good to get this stuff. So I think it's actually easily doable. I just need to stick to it and really do my streams and do my progression and don't give up midway, you know. It's not what I typically do, just saying this is not what you can do. If you want to get the map completion done, you should not burn out. So that's the only thing that keeps stopping me from completing my goal here. Could rather see them work on Guild Wars 2 more than go the Guild Wars 3 route. Yeah, I guess I personally think if they bring out a Guild Wars 3, I think they should actually put a lot of effort into maintaining Guild Wars 2 at the same time. Like putting new content out for Guild Wars 2 as well. Because I think it's always stupid if you are a company that only puts all their money on a single horse. I think that's not something that is very smart. And I think Arena would agree to this, that they killed Guild Wars 1, so to say, and put it in a complete maintenance mode was a very, like, not smart decision. So I actually really predict that if there will ever be a Guild Wars 3, I think it's quite likely that Guild Wars 2 will still run in tandem if they have enough developers for it. Maybe not in the high amount of quality content that we got with Heart of Thorns or Path of Fire, but I can definitely see that we will get something that is somewhat similar to the current expansion model for Guild Wars 2 in the future as well. Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you, Tetted Tank. I think I think it will be quite different from Guild Wars 2. I definitely think so. Okay, let's clean up the inventory again. We are 39. Very good. And another map completed. Very good. Get some trades. Very good. Can't equip the second trade line though yet. That's a little bit sad. I actually have no clue about what kind of engine they are using and how if there will be any Guild Wars 3. Just want to mention it here all the time. But definitely something, maybe even in-house engine, we will see. We will definitely see. But in either case, there will probably be something that they've actually thought about quite a lot. They have some people that are actually quite knowledgeable what they should do, what you should not do. So I actually expect the game, if it will ever come out, to be somewhat like really good, well fleshed out what it can do and how good it will be. Because look at Guild Wars 2. The combat is amazing. It's one of the best, if not the best combat in any game. And I really think they know what they are doing. I really think so. Okay, I can salvage this. I can salvage this. Right, I don't need that. Can equip that and salvage that. And that's good. That's good. Very nice. I don't need those. It's worse. Don't need those. Some bank item. That's slowly getting my inventory nicer again. Painful. And I can't salvage this. Very slowly. Look at this. That's a clean inventory. That's what we want. Does map completion give you a legendary or component? Yes. So you get the legendary component that you need for crafting the legendary. Yes. So you really need to get this, or you can buy it from the TP. But of course, I won't do that because that's very expensive and it's a boring journey. So if I want to buy Sunrise, I will have to pay like 1.5k gold. If I craft it myself, I have to probably get it for like 800 gold or something like that. So I save a lot of money by just crafting it myself. And I can do that in the meantime while also leveling my character. Yes. What creators did you watch to help you get better and understand PvP more effectively and just playing a lot? So I really like to watch Grimcheck and Naru. Those two are amazing to watch. They are really good PvPers and they're still streaming right at the current time. So you should definitely check them out. I really like those two. They are really, really strong. But there are, of course, others as well. There are so many good PvPers that also stream regularly. I think those two helped me the most when I played PvP a long time ago. Started playing it because they played for a long time and streamed for a long time. But yeah, that's just what I would recommend, those two. Yeah. But there are so many. Just pick whatever you think is the most interesting to you. Yeah, the thing is with the players is, yes, you might be right that there are not enough players to support both player bases, but, and that's the important part for me, is you don't actually have to have players of both. You know, maybe the Guild Wars 3 should actually get new players that we not have yet in Guild Wars 2, because the game is completely different. I think that's the smartest way for a company to actually make money, is to have different player bases for each game and not the same player bases spread over 2 games. That's what I would expect them to do. Yeah. That's just my idea. Yeah. We will see. We will see. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the people that created Guild Wars 1 engine and made it so good and stuff are gone. Probably, yeah. But I think they might still be able to do a new game with good combat if they already have the knowledge in the game. Maybe not the same people, but they might have some knowledge still left over there. That's my hope, at least. My hope, at least. yeah, I really hope that it's not like pay-to-win games or something like that. But I don't see that happening, to be honest. I think ArenaNet was always a quite honest company. I really like. I don't want to white knight them too much here, but I really think it's a good. In general, it's just it's a good, decent like model of how to make money in the game. Thanks a lot for the raid, Irite. Thanks, really appreciate it. Hope you all had a nice stream. And what were you up to? What's going on? We're just like doing some map completion here, doing the 0 to Hero challenge. Welcome, welcome. Nice, welcome everybody. Yeah, maybe. I think the community in Guild Wars 2 is amazing actually, but definitely there could be a different community for another game coming in Guild Wars 3 if they will ever come out. Yeah, why not? Why not? So I said for PvP streamers, I watch a lot of Naru and Grimcheck. Those two I learned the most because they're multi-class players, which is always something that I enjoy watching. I don't want to have someone that is a one-trick because that's not always telling me the most. If I want to learn a different build, that might not be the best one. And I really like to watch class players that are really good on multiple classes. So that's why I really like to watch Grimcheck, Naru. Those two are amazing. But like I said, there are so many other PvP players that are actually really, really fun to watch, good to watch. Sadly, PvP is not that alive anymore. It's really like if you want to play competitively, Guild Wars 2 PvP, it's like not bad, but there are not that many players playing anymore. If you play casually, there's actually quite a decent player base, but if you're playing like really try hard, want to go for like crazy competitive 5 versus 5 pre-made teams, yeah, Guild Wars 2 is maybe not the game for you. Nice. You like playing Guild Wars 2 as well. That's very good. That's what we like. Yeah, just doing a 0 to Hero challenge here. Just doing some map completion, explaining the game, answering any questions that the chat might have. And yeah, just thanks for the raid. Hope you enjoy the stay here as well. Nice. Chante Wild Stories. Do you like the bears? Yeah, the bears. I was like, at this time, I started slowly to zoom out a bit of the story in Guild Wars 2 because I was like, at this point, like really, it was so slow and I couldn't skip it. And I'm not the biggest story enjoyer in Guild Wars 2 or in general in games. I was like a little bit like talking more to chat than watching the story at this point. But if you enjoy story, I think the Chante Wild story is actually not too bad. At least that's what I've heard from some lore nerds. But yeah. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, Drace, Rom doesn't play anymore, sadly. But Drace is obviously, when he streams once in the blue moon anymore, it's a very fun and very entertaining and very helpful stream as well. But sadly, I think the only active PvP streamer that is like really streaming quite aggressively all the time is like Boys. And Boys is obviously really good, but he mostly plays Ranger or Warrior, or on stream at least. He plays a lot of classes, don't get me wrong, and I think he's a really good player, but if you don't play those two classes, you might not get the most like information from that stream. But I think Boys is obviously also a really good streamer to watch. But there's so many, like I said, PvP streamers are actually decent. I think that's the biggest community of streamers in Guild Wars 2 that are regularly playing the game. Don't have the highest amount of viewers, don't get me wrong, but they actually still regularly stream as well. So I think, yes, it's a good place to learn the game mode, for sure. Whatever route they go, they surely won't kill Guild Wars 2. Exactly. I think that would be so like irresponsible, you know, just from a like business perspective. If you wanted to be smart, you would say, yeah, we split our, like how we get our money, our income would be split. I don't want to have a game that is like the only thing that we have is this game, and we killed 2 of our predecessors before that. That's just not the smartest move in my opinion, financially, for sure. Yes, it's a new account, completely new account, and 0 to Hero, just 244 achievement points, almost no money, and just completely going from scratch. I want to get a legendary before the expansion drops. That's the goal. Yes. Yeah, there's not that many PvPers that are actively still playing from way back then. That's quite sad, yeah. I don't really like the way the NPCs are so slow. Yeah, that's what we always meme here in my chat here, that the bears are like, and do you enjoy the bears? You know, because you can't skip them and they are very, very slow. So this is like one of the most painful things if you're not a story enjoyer. So definitely feel you there. But I guess at some point you have to do it if you want to get all the story and achievements done. It's just how it goes, sadly. Yeah, I actually like to watch Grim as well, because Grim is like playing Elementalist, but he also plays Necromancer. He plays a lot of different things, and he also has a lot of knowledge. I think if I don't want to be too much of a, like, how is it called? Someone that actually like hypes up another person, but I really think Grim is probably the best player all across the game. Like, he plays in all game modes at the highest level. So if you have any questions about like a very, very specific tryhard situation, Grim is there and can help you. So that's why I really like to watch his stream. He doesn't stream that often anymore, as he previously did, but he's still like a very good stream to watch, especially PvP, of course. So highly recommend this. I really want to get into PvP, but it's so hard to figure out which class I want to play. Don't worry, that's the cool part about PvP. Just play any class. You can just create a new character, be level 1, have no gear on it. You can just play it. That's the cool part. You don't have to engage with anything. You don't have to have any gear. You will get everything unlocked in PvP. That's why PvP is so fun in Guild Wars 2, because it's equalized. You can just go in, have some fun. If you don't like the class, go to a different one. Nothing lost. Just have some fun. Of course, at some point you want to stick with one, because only then you can get better at it. That's just how it works. But you will get there. Don't worry, you will get there. On this account specifically, I started with Mesmer, but on my main account, I created a Ranger, and as soon as I reached level 80, I started an Elementalist. I'm not joking. Like, I reached level 80 and I swapped to Elementalist. And that was my main for like, I don't know, 8 years or something like that. That was mainly like that. And then I started playing all the other characters as well. And now I have 70 characters on my main account and play all of them. Well, but play most of them, and the other half is storage characters, but still, you get what I mean. What's the most viable elite spec for Elementalist nowadays? All of them are really good, but I would say overall probably Catalyst. Catalyst is in all game modes very, very strong and fills so many different roles. It's very, very good right now. Yeah, I mean, Lord Helseth was a good like content creator and a very good PvPer, but he's not playing Guild Wars 2 anymore, like not at all. So yeah, not the person to watch right now. It was very fun watching him. He was a personality for sure, and still is, but not streaming Guild Wars 2 anymore. Yeah. What kind of build would you recommend for someone new to PvP as Daredevil? You would play Dagger Pistol Daredevil or Sword Dagger. Those two are the only builds that you can typically play as Daredevil, because you really want to play something aggressive while also being mobile and evasive. So either playing Dagger Pistol to have some stealth access, or playing Sword Dagger to have some evades and some boon steal and stuff like that, and unblockable damage. But those two are the only real two builds that you would play typically. Doesn't mean they are bad, just saying those two are the builds that you should play. They all have the same stats, so it doesn't matter. 41, very good. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Yes, it was... No, wait. The Ranger was a Norn. Yeah, the Ranger was a Norn. And I also have to be honest, I just remembered, I actually, after creating the Ranger, I created a Warrior, because way back then, in dungeon farming, the best way to farm dungeons was running 4 Warriors and 1 Mesmer. And I played a Warrior for DPS. That was also before I created Elementalist. I created the Elementalist when I started with, like, when there was the meta with the, how was it called? Fiery Greatsword into the wall and ice bow into, like, water element swap and stuff like that. That was the way back then. Yeah. So many memories, nostalgia from dungeon farming back then. Oh yo yo. Give me the thing. Give me the kit. Nice. Exactly. COF path 1 farming 4 Rovers, 1 Mesmer. Yeah, very good. And the Mesmer for the pull, the reflect, and some quickness or some time warp action. Yeah, exactly. That was the thing back then. Yeah, old times, definitely different than nowadays. But I mean, that's just how games develop over time, I guess. So dagger pistol is very stealth focused. Yes, it's the whole idea is why you run pistol and dagger to actually jump through your stealth field, your smoke field, and you always get this to get a lot of like uptime of stealth and just disengage and engage fights whenever you want to do that. Other than that, sword dagger is more evasive while not having that much stealth uptime. That's the idea of those two builds, yeah. Dagger Elementalist was godlike in World vs. World. Yes, that was very good times. I still have like the memories of some people playing Dagger in a Zerg and had like the best burning speed compilations where you like had like 5 people go down because you used the burning speed into the enemy Zerg. That was like so good. But nowadays it's like Dagger is good, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely not like the build that you would play in a Zerg as a DPS. Yeah, I mean, different times, different builds for sure. Yes, you can solo dungeons on any build actually, you just have to know how to deal with the mechanics. Solo druid like Celestial works very well there, but you typically would go for a full power DPS build because dungeons die the bosses very fast even if you're solo, so you don't need to have the sustain of a Celestial build, but of course you can go for Celestial and you will be fine as well. Yeah. Sure. I don't have a video about that yet, but maybe soon. So in the meantime, you can just check out maybe Snowcrows or any other build website, not Snowcrows, sorry, Meta Battle for PvP builds, for example, and you find a build guide there. Yes. Yeah, Banner Warrior would be very fun to bring back. I'm not sure if Warriors would like that because they were like Banner Slaves back then. I'm not sure if they would like to go back into the role, but maybe. We will see. Maybe some kind of unique buffs to Warrior would be cool. I like that. What's a simple combo for Greatsword Mesmer? So Greatsword Mesmer really wants to use the mirror blade in melee attack. So if the enemy is standing, like if the stump is the enemy, and if I use my Greatsword 2 skill, I will get the bounce almost instantly. Boom, 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 boom. And it does a lot of damage. So the combo would be either using the 2 skill with your teleport, or using your 4 skill from range and then doing the teleport into the enemy. So if this is the target and I'm using the 2 skill, I cast it, and almost shortly before cast I would teleport so that it would instantly bounce. Another good combo that you can do is of course using the 5 skill into the like damage skills, because this has a knockback, and in this short knockback they can't move. So that can be really good as well. Other than that, Greatsword Mesmer really wants to stay on no port spots so that enemy can't port to you, and you just want to deal a lot of damage from range and not go too aggressive. So if you're on a no port spot, enemies that want to port on you like a thief, like we saw earlier, Dagger Pistol Thief, they can't port to you. So if I'm standing here, they can't port to me, and I can range them down, like using ranged attacks there. Hope that makes sense. But other than that, there are not that many combos that you can do. It's not a very combo-driven greatsword for that matter. Yeah. Yeah, Co-Elementalist. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird spec nowadays. Yeah, exactly. Perplexity runes. That was old times, yeah, with more confusion and stuff. Yeah, interesting build crafting back then. And don't get me wrong, I actually like the game now way more because it has way more flexibility, way more really good like build crafting elements. But it's definitely still a good memory for sure. Yeah. Now Warriors did back then, or when Banner Slave really existed, it was quickness and you had banners for additional buffs. But the banners existed since the beginning of the game, and they were back then always a good choice. So even before quickness, they were actually quite decent as well. Yeah, I think I should at some point also drink something. Good point. Thanks for reminding me, Teddy. Yeah, I mean, I have to talk, otherwise it gets boring during the stream, you know? Doing map completion, which is not the most exciting thing to do, but talking with you, it's more exciting for sure. Yeah. For Legendary, how much is it left after you do the map completion? So, the money-wise, it depends, depending how much you already have during the map completion and stuff. I would say I still need to farm like 800 gold. And getting obsidian shards, getting spirit shards. Obviously I need to get to level 80 as well. So there is still quite a lot of stuff to do after the map completion. But, and that's the cool part, the map completion gives me the leveling, and I also have some stuff to show off, which is obviously always something that is quite important, to explain stuff and show it for new players as well. And during the map completion, I see a lot of stuff that I might explain, and which I would skip if I use the level 80 boost. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, that's good. Happy to hear that. That's my goal, to be informative and somewhat entertaining, of course, in the same time. But if you have any feedback, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, it's always like legendaries is always highly dependent on what you enjoy. So I personally don't really enjoy map completion. That's why I do it first. Map completion is for me a somewhat like boring part. But after that, I can do fractals. I can do anything to farm gold, and then I can invest my gold into legendary. Yeah? And that's the good part. So for me, the beginning part of the map completion is something that's a little bit boring to do. But when I'm done with it, I can, so to say, enjoy the game. That's all my life's philosophy, so to say, is always like doing the annoying part first, so that I'm done with it, and then I can enjoy the game after that. And don't get me wrong, it's not too bad. And especially leveling my character during map completion is a very smart move, because obviously I have to level my character anyway. So doing the map completion meanwhile, sure, double dipping in that. So we're slowly getting there. 32%. I think the 35% is not gonna happen today, but still. Was an ambitious goal. Well, not too far off though. Not too far off. How much would it left for me after completing map? It depends a bit, of course, yeah. Depends heavily what you already have. So for me, for example, I don't have any like spirit shards. I have like 3 spirit shards from some dailies and PvP, and I have almost no karma. So if I need obsidian shards and spirit shards, I think 200. If I have all the clovers, which I don't, so I need even more than 200 spirit shards for the legendary, plus like a lot of karma for the obsidian shards. So I need a lot of account bound currency on top of the gold that I need. But this is doable from PvP as well. So we will see how I will get it, and we will see how much Astral Acclaim I will get in the meantime as well. So there is a lot of stuff that I might actually, get at some point. And we will see what kind of stuff is the most likely and most important thing for me to get directly after I reach level 80. But I think most of the stuff that I will get is probably, I will just farm, and as soon as I have the gold, I will check what I still need to get. That's probably my idea here. Because like already planning out what I want to get next is not the smartest plan in my opinion, because I actually don't know what I'm missing in the end after the map completion, after farming all the gold. So yeah, one thing after the other, as I always mention. No, the map completion is definitely definitely good point here. Map completion in Guild Wars 2 is not bad. It's definitely not bad. It's actually one of the interesting parts. If you have not done it yet, it's actually a very fun activity in my opinion, because you always see a lot of new stuff and it's actually very entertaining. But if you did it like 15 times already, at some point it gets boring. That's the whole point, what I'm saying here. So for me, it's not the most exciting thing. It's not bad, otherwise I wouldn't do it. Just don't get me wrong. Just saying it's not the most exciting thing for me anymore. That's why I do it first. And it's, like I said, the leveling on top of that. So the pathing module is from Blishut. So you just have to install Blishut. I have a guide about how to do this, and then the pathing module in there. This is how I see where to go and get some decent fast map completion on top of that. Yeah, that's the idea then. Thinking of good PvP allies was also Blackjack. Yeah, Blackjack was really good, but I think Blackjack doesn't play anymore. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But I don't know. A lot of, like, most of the PvPers that are actually back from the old days are not playing the game anymore. It's really like only a small fraction, and most of the very decent players right now in PvP are actually not the old guard, so to say, anymore. They are actually already quite new. Even only the really top end players, like the top 5 players on each server, are actually really from the old school days. Most of the newer ones, they are actually from like 5 years ago or something like that. Can I convert obsidian shards into anything useful? Depends. Not really. Mostly you can convert it into ascended like bloodstone bricks or something like that, or you can convert it into mystic clovers, but all of that is account bound, so not really. You can. There is a specific Blishard add-on that lets you lets you move the Nexus stuff around. Yeah, that doesn't so to say block each other. Yeah. I have 104% magic find right now. Should I keep using all luck? I would recommend to use the luck, yeah. If you don't have the magic find, 300 account magic find yet, I would use all of the luck. Just for the long run, yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's not streaming anymore. Really appreciate the advice you're giving me in the comments on one of your videos. Which one of your builds for all content would you say is the lowest APM? Ooh. That's a tough question. Let's think about this for a minute. No, they stealthed. Okay, that's actually a really tough question. Probably it's a quickness herald. So herald, yeah, herald is the answer, I would say. Because you just use your auto tag if you really wanted to and just upkeep the boons. It's actually very low APM. Yeah, that's the one. Quickness Herald. Yep. Is it true that some third-party editors can get you banned from internet? Yes. They specifically, you should only use ones that are explicitly allowed. So ArcDPS, Nexus, and Blish are explicitly allowed if you use the official add-ons and not some kind of like add-ons for the add-ons that are not allowed. So yes, you can get banned very easily. ArenaNet is very, very aggressively banning people if you use anything that is illegal, so to say, or not within the terms of service. Yes, you should be really, really careful there. Yeah, double pistol data is also very good, but people asked for a video about a build that you can use in all game modes. And pistol data is not something that you would use in competitive modes. That's why. Glad you enjoy my content, Vincent. Yeah. I'm having a good week and have some interesting content coming up this week, so stay tuned. Yeah, Spectre is also quite good, I would say, but Spectre, in my opinion, is not low APM, because Spectre you really have to understand, especially in competitive modes, how to play this build. Nice, instant rally, okay. Nice, level 42, we're getting there. Aqua Breeder time, nice. No, it's a head armor, it's not an Aqua Breeder. What? Wait. It's a head armor, but it's... What? No, it's an Aqua Breeder. Why is it called head armor? Weird. Okay, I was right. It's an Aqua Breeder. Legendary Aqua Breeder coming with the expansion. Are you hyped, guys? I'm hyped. It's the only legendary that I'm missing on my main account, so can't wait for that one. Slowly but surely we're getting the map completion. I'm not sure if it gives quickness. I think it does not give quickness, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not sure. Quickness, they are not as restrictive. But Alacrity, I can't tell you. Alacrity in PvP and World vs. World is very restrictive, almost non-existent. It's actually crazy. They really removed all Alacrity sources in competitive modes. Almost all of them. So multi-boxing is only allowed in Guild Wars 2 in very specific ways. You are not allowed to use multi-boxes in PvP ever. And if you use it in PvE, you have to have specific, as far as I know, specific keys for specific accounts. So you can't use your W key and move 4 characters all at once. You have to have, using W moves 1 character. But if you move a second character at the same time, you will get banned for that. So they're really, really like restrictive there. I would say multi-boxing in Guild Wars 2 is, you shouldn't probably do it. It's not really helping you that much anyway with this setup. But maybe. I would not recommend it. Yeah. Any combat macros are banned, and even macros that are not in combat, but like a multi-clicker or something that uses, like, for example, drags some items or something for you fast, or salvages faster than normal salvaging or something like that, they will instantly ban you for that. They are very, very aggressively banning people nowadays for that. So be really careful what you do. I would not recommend using anything that is like close to a macro in Guild Wars 2. No, this is Guild Wars 2. Do you think they will make a new visual effect for the new legendary accessory? Probably, yeah. Probably. We will see what it is, but it will probably be some kind of new aura effect or something, I can imagine. Because some kind of floaty thing, that's probably too much. But we will see. Yes, the stream is ending very, very soon. As you can see my voice, or you can hear my voice is also dying. But yeah, I think my stream is ending very, very soon as well. But we made some really good progress today, I have to be honest. Like 33% map completion. Level 42, we are getting there. I think if I continue this speed, I will probably get the map completion done this week if I continue streaming aggressively. So, not bad, not bad. For a completely fresh character, not bad. With no mounts other than Raptor. Yeah. Blishart is completely okay, yes. Blishart is okay. No, I think the Aquapleader will be a specific item all the time. I really think so. This will be a specific armor item. I don't think they will rework it at all. I think it will be the Aquapleader and you will get one item there and that's it. It's a new item, but nothing, no reworks there. So thanks a lot, guys, for watching. I think we will finish and complete today's stream. Be sure to check out my YouTube channel if you haven't already. We will have more really cool uploads coming up, at least in my opinion. So be sure to check that one out. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks a lot for watching. And I guess we will see us, hopefully, next few days. Take care. Thanks a lot for your support. And we will see each other, hopefully. Thanks for watching.